All right, we're just about to go live here. It's October 27th, Sunday, 9 a.m. PST, and we are about to go live for Hash Church 5.0, episode 12. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see such a large group in the chat today. That's wonderful. Always puts a smile on my face. I'm going to let the folks in here. Boom, 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 and boom. Want to thank Etienne for reminding me today that I did not send out the link like a total space cadet. I apologize for that. But here we are now, and it looks like some of the people got the link, so let's hope it all works out. Let me just change your name, Mr. Skunk Man.
What's up?
What's up? What's going on, folks? I see some nice
No.
smoke puffing. How you doing, Etienne?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing very well, doing very well. I woke up to a sick little guy. My little guy's got a sore throat today, so that's never fun to see. But we got Rick coming in on the sideways. Looks like he needs to turn his phone around,
So,
maybe.
hold on one second. Let me set my phone up.
It's early over there, dude.
Yeah, I'm over here like, whoa.
Hey, Ricky, I'm home.
Hey, what's going on?
There he
Skunk
is.
man.
There he is.
Good to see you, Rick. Been a while.
Yeah, yeah, you too. How you doing, Adrian?
Doing good, boss. Staying out of
Dude, it's
trouble.
definitely good to see you. It's really good to see you and your father in the room together. This is a highlight of my day right now, bro.
I remember hold on, wait one sec. Let me just get this right. There we go.
Yeah, we
I
spent a
can
lot of time.
remember having
Yeah, we were
like,
talking and hoping that someday this would be a reality, that we would not only get to speak to you, but we get to speak to your father who's free,
oh
who back in the day, that wasn't the case.
no, straight up. Like yeah, I've mentioned Mark Bubbleman a lot and all the podcasts we actually have done and all the different little things we've been able to like explain the experience with. And it's funny because he was one of the first few people that kind of woke me up to the fact that I was going to get to see my dad again, so it's like it's a wild realization after it started to happen. And then like going back to the conversations in my head with him where he was like, I remember him saying like, dude, no, like, sorry to mention this, but him saying, my dad's really gone, and you're going to see your dad again type of situation.
Yep.
And it's funny, only you and Flux said those exact words to me
Hmm.
because y'all both had lost your fathers. And then it hit me like, oh shit, I actually have the opportunity to make this be. So I'm
Totally.
very grateful to you for like awakening that in me, bro. you know,
What?
because here we are where it's actually a truth. And yeah, I was telling my dad about you numerous times about how you were like one of the first people that let me like on your platform to be able to yeah, raise awareness in the cannabis community about my father, and kind of woke me up to the path that I would have to take. I think it was like you, Flav, and a couple other close homies that had just kind of like given me like hugs and pats on the shoulder, like, bro, you're gonna get through this, and we're gonna be chiefing with your pops one day. And I remember saying to you, like, you really think that's gonna happen? And you were like, yeah, bro, that's really gonna happen. Like, I promise you, you're gonna be able to accomplish that. And I didn't even believe it at the time.
I remember. I remember. I
I know
don't know
you
why
do.
I believed it so much, dude. I think it's all perspective. And had you told me that your father had been in prison for 30 plus years and my father wasn't passed away, I don't know if I would have had that same perspective, but I just had this clear perspective the first time you told me. I was like, dude, you're gonna see your dad. We're gonna hang out with your dad and blaze some bowls. And welcome, Richard, by the way.
Look at
Like it's
this. We're right here
really
right now. Isn't that
I
something?
Dude, it's unbelievable, man. And I've been watching all the different interviews you guys have been doing since you got out. And I've watched, I mean, even before you got out, obviously, I was watching the whole thing very closely and speaking closely with Rick. And just, it's, we don't get enough wins in our industry. So when we see, and our community, more importantly, so to see you get out, to see you and Rick be able to, to see you with your grandkids and your family, it just brought joy to my heart. And so it's really, really nice to have you both on here today. And I'm just
And I'm sorry
excited
it
to.
took so long. And I'm glad the platform's
Oh,
back up and running. No, because we all go through our patches. It's like when he first got out, it was like I never felt such a fast forward in my life, you know? So it was like first, like, okay, now get to the States, now go, receive him. But then the actual feat of trying to understand how to fit everything into the puzzle of life. And it's been an amazing process. And I'm just glad we finally got this locked in.
yeah, it's unbelievable. Well,
Yeah.
listen, I know you guys have been on many podcasts and talked about this many times, but I would be remiss if we didn't sort of start at the beginning and kind of go through it for the audience to let everyone kind of know. And I guess, what I'd really love to kind of start with is that sort of that perspective that taking us back to that. And I'd love both your perspectives, obviously, both yours, Richard, and yours, Rick, in regards to taking us back when it first went down, what it was like facing such a long sentence for cannabis, especially when, I mean, I guess it must have been in the what was the year that this went down?
89, 88.
It was 89, 88. Oh my God, dude. That is the year that I met my wife, and we've been together now for 35, almost 36
So
years.
what's crazy, bro, how you said that? Everybody has had some monumental thing that happened to them that year. It's crazy. So everybody says that to me, like, yo, that's the day that was the year my son was born, or it's just crazy, dude, how many parallels there are to it. And it's just like, yeah, I think, yeah, Pop, why don't you talk a little bit and introduce
Well,
yourself?
it's Rich. First of all, I got to thank you. I have
Thank
to
you, Pop.
thank my nephew Kenneth. I have to thank my daughter. I have to thank Champelli. I have to thank just
Last Prisoner Project.
so many people for their energy. They had so much energy in this thing. I had no idea till I came home how much actual energy and time was involved in getting me free. And people just never stopped. They just kept on going and going and going and going. And now the outspec of the whole thing is I'm right here with you right now. That's the best part of it all. That we can actually talk about, things that went down and I'm back.
Yeah. So yeah, going back to I guess 88, 89. What was your first inkling that things were not going well?
With me,
Yeah, like when did you have any ideas of what was going down, or what was your,
I
what was
actually
this?
didn't know because it was one of my friends that set me up. So I was actually unaware of what was going on until the bus came down, till it actually happened. Because I couldn't believe my friend would do something like that to me after I helped him so many times. And I mean, we could start from the very beginning what happened, uh, or we could, just touch in spots that are
I
that
was
are
just trying to get people
We
updated,
we got 4 hours. We got 4 hours. Start at the beginning. I'd love to hear this story. I mean, it is an unbelievable story, and I'm sure that like right away, I'm like, why would this friend? There's always a friend that turns code, and no one can betray you that's not a friend. You can't be betrayed by a stranger, right? You can only be
Yeah,
betrayed by a
it's a
friend,
good
and
point.
that's wow, it's a very good point. It's a scary point. It's certainly, so many questions about like how do you trust people after this? How do you, I mean, wow, to take so much away from you. I'd love to hear it from the beginning. I'd love to hear what led your friend to corrupt his integrity to do such a thing, and then just sort of to walk us through it.
Well, what had happened was um, I was trying to collect some money that was owed to me by somebody. This is after I came out of prison the first time for being in prison for a nonviolent marijuana charge for 5 years. You know, and what he did was he set the trend for me to get so locked into what I was doing that I had no way out. Because I kept telling him, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any more smuggling. I'm done with it. I want to raise my family and I want to be with my children. I want to see my grandchildren. I want to get everything going like normal people have going on with themselves. And it didn't even matter to him. He just enjoyed getting money from everybody that he set up. He set up so many people. He set up like 89 people, I think, or something. And I mean, big time people too, not just, like I was like a small fry compared to some of the people he got involved with. I mean, he got involved with people with coke, with income tax evasion. I mean, this guy was burying everybody. Um, JJ was a real slickster, him and his wife. They they knew how to get in your pocket, you know what I mean? And make you feel like it was normal.
He was also my dad's pilot.
Oh, so he
He
knew what
was
was
actually
going
one
on.
of my pilots.
Unbelievable. So he's out there, he's just setting everyone up. Is this all kind of like when you get caught up, he's also catching other people up before, during,
Oh,
and after you?
he had like, oh God, I don't know, like when I got arrested, I think he was setting up like 4 or 5 different people. You know,
And this guy in Witsack now, or did he get what was coming to him? Like what happened to this guy?
oh, he might be dead by now. His name was Jim White. Jim White and Shelley White, and they lived in a place called the Naked Lady Ranch, which was a fly-in community in in uh in Martin County. And then the funny part is I drive right by the place at least once a week where he set me up.
Holy
Since he's
shit.
been out.
Yeah, since I've been out. I drive by there like once a week, probably. Sometimes twice a week, depending on if I'm going to stores, if I'm representing True Leaf at the grand openings of new stores. Like to give a shout out to Kim Rivers. For
Yeah,
sure.
we're gonna definitely talk about your brand as well. I want to get into that as well. So this guy's setting you up. Is this like a bunch of loads? Is it a single load that he himself goes and gets to set you up with, or how does
Well,
that play out?
what happened was he got caught with a plane load of cocaine,
Ooh.
and they told him if you work with us, we'll let you do whatever you want to do. So what he did was he just started setting people up. When I was in prison, there was 2 people in my quad with me that he set up.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you know how small that world is for 2 of the people that he set up, that they wound up in the same quad as me in the same prison. It's like things like that don't happen unless God makes it happen.
Yeah.
And I was like, I mean, I was talking to this one kid and he goes, "Oh yeah, there was this guy, Jim White." I said, "What?" I was so amazed. I was so amazed that he would uh I mean, and the guy was The guy was only like 30 minutes from my house where he lived, you know?
Fuck. So he gets caught with a plane load of cocaine, and that's kind of the beginning of him becoming some type of confidential informant. They're just paying him, they're letting him getting away with his own crimes, and he's just rolling people up.
Oh yeah. And he became a multi-millionaire doing it.
Jesus Christ.
You know, he
Yeah,
was
the
taking
Naked Lady
money.
Ranch was like I remember looking it up when my dad was still locked up. It was like a fully functional, runway on it at his house that he could
Yeah,
just still land.
he drove his plane right into a hangar that was connected to his house.
Insane.
And so this guy is like, how did you get wrapped up in state instead of federal? Does this have to do with who caught him and how he got wrapped up?
Well, here's what happened. When they went to the feds with it, the feds didn't want anything to do with it. The feds told the state that you can't set up a guy when he's not really doing anything. You know, you can't make up a fake crime, but they did it anyway. And they took me to a county that's so far behind. You know, Polk County was a
Oof.
very laid back and country type town, you know. So the people was so amazed by you know, the name Delisi and a guy from Brooklyn, New York. You know,
They were fascinating and glorifying the fact that he was Italian blooded and that he was probably some kind of mobster. So it was like a funny little story while Polk County comes up is Last Prisoner Project. One of the founders, her name's Mary Bailey. She's from Polk County, so she knew the extent of how kind of Billy Bobbish this area was, and how like if they had him on a second major offense, how they would deal with somebody like that. And I remember her calling me in 2020. It was it's so weird because it was this actual week in 2020. It was like the week before Halloween. And it was like, it's crazy because let me just go back. It's like a little wild moment, but basically around actually the 27th or the 28th, my uncle called me at like 1 a.m. and he never called me at that time in Amsterdam. It was like he knew, he was very keen on time zones, my uncle, who also worked with my dad before he got busted. He was one of his assistants with the whole thing. He said, "Hey man, I looked on the website, the database, and there was a online database that you could search inmates. That was like the only way I could see my father in a photo form currently, you know, and see his sentencing and what he was sentenced for and so on and so on." And my uncle's like, "Dude, look at the date, bro. It changed from 2026. And it was like, because it was supposed to be with good time and everything, he would serve 41 years, right? And we were at 30, 31, 32 right at that point. And my uncle's like, look, the date's changed on the fucking database. I'm like refreshing it, looking at it, seeing it, it's saying 2020 and it's 2020. So I'm like having this weird epiphanic moment that this might really be happening, you know? And then shortly thereafter, the communication got so strong with Last Prisoner Project, Mary, Kiara Juster, and a couple of other people, Mariah, these attorneys that were going to work pro bono on my dad's case. So all of a sudden they started communicating with me in a way that I had actually never had interaction from people before. So it felt very real for the first time. But I gotta be honest, if that was what you experienced to me, Mark, it's like that hopelessness that you had kind of snapped me out of. That hopelessness stopped right then that night. It was very weird. I remember waking my wife up. She was in bed and I was like, "Honey, I got to wake you up." She was like, "The fuck? What's going on?" I was like, "Baby, yo, my dad's gonna get out. Like, and she was like, bro, you know how many times my wife had heard me say this by this time? We're together 25 years. You know, it's like she's looking at me like, yeah, okay, 1 o'clock in the morning, he wakes me up and tells me that. And then it was like the next day there was action. We were on the news all of a sudden. There was this traction that picked up that was like unbelievable. So sorry to like jump all the way from that to that, but Polk County had such a deep relevance, a reference in that I just wanted to make sure that cusp in reality was shared, you know? But yeah, so back to Polk County and your extreme sentencing because somebody had set you up who was your pilot. Pop.
Huh?
I said back to you. I didn't mean to take it all over like that. I just
Oh,
wanted to
you were
make
cool,
sure
Rich. It's cool.
that
You
that
know,
that depth
it's
was reached.
unbelievable how you're so tuned into everything. You know what I mean? You know, we talk about this stuff all the time, but I mean, you stay super tuned into it. And
It's like it's our ghetto story, you know?
Well, you know what?
So
I haven't been present for all of it, but with the stories that you've told me, Rick, the day you started getting super tuned into this was the day you watched your dad walk out of that safe with those guys.
yeah.
Because and maybe you can tell that little story because I remember you telling me like you were 11 years old, I believe.
Yeah, it's weird because my two like deepest memories of being a child are his first time being busted, you know? So the second time, I don't really recall how it went down because I was 11 and it was like they were trying to bridge me from the reality at the moment. They didn't want me to like know exactly what had happened. So my parents were kind of like my grandparents and my mom were trying to shelter my brain. But it's funny because I do remember I remember going to the court date. That's like my earliest memory of this situation where I really understood the traction of it. And my mom was like, we're going to go see your dad and hopefully he's going to be set free, you know? So my mom was like almost certain to bring me to the courtroom. She didn't think my dad was going to be sentenced guilty, you know? So we drove up to Polk County and we went to the court case. And I just remember it wasn't going good. Like the final statements were kind of awkward and there was this weird energy in the room. And then I remember them sentencing him. And then I knew, I mean, when they set the guideline, they had said 12 to 17 years maximum. That was with RICO. That was with, and you got to understand, this wasn't a RICO case because this was a reverse sting operation. There was actually no crime that happened. What had happened is they tried to catch my father on a runway. And my uncle, who had told me about him getting free, was out there on the runway, and he saw like a chopper in the distance, and that chopper was not a chopper that would be in that area ever. So my uncle was like kind of smart, lightweight, like military minded. He like tried to key my dad in, like, yo, something's wrong. And then they tried to change the whole deal. Like, yo, we're not going to do it from there. We'll do it from there. Something was wrong there. Da 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 da. And my uncle had backed out at this point. Was like, yo, there's no way. I'm leaving Colombia. Blah blah blah. And then that shit had gone down. But when they had given him back to the courtroom, when they had given him the sentence, it was a 17-year maximum guideline.
And
they came.
Yeah. My PSI
Go ahead, Pop.
man, the guy that did the probation and parole guy, he recommended only 12.
Yeah.
He didn't
And
recommend.
they came out after a little deliberation, and yeah, they said 98 years. And I just remember the dead silence in the courtroom. I remember my mom like turning from like one color to another, getting very pale. I remember like looking over at the family and everybody was like in a complete awe. And the attorney was kind of suggesting that this was going to be repaired, telling my dad, "Hey, just be quiet. Don't worry about it. We're going to get this taken care of." And my dad was like, am I on a TV show type of thing before there was reality TV, you know? Like looking around like, what the fuck? And then, yeah, everybody, it got more real after that.
Let me ask your father, you know, and it's a hard question for me to ask you because that's got to be one of the worst experiences you've ever had in your life. What were you thinking when you heard 98 years?
I thought it was a joke. I actually thought I was on some kind of joke TV program or something, you know. I didn't know what to think. I said, 98 years. What are you talking about? They're recommending this and that. That's what it's for. But what they had me down like I was a gangster from New York, which is complete hogwash, you know what I mean? I mean, it's so ridiculous.
They had the reporter Geraldo Rivera testify in the court case. So the reason why my dad said he thought maybe he was on a TV show and maybe you could find the reality in that statement, even in that time, was that my dad had just been on this show called it was a Geraldo Rivera special. It was called The Doping of a Nation. And the way that Geraldo had portrayed my dad was as a super mafia, like Colombia gangster. And he was just sitting in a place in the Keys with his glasses on. And he asked them a few questions and they had it all set up. And it made my dad just look like somebody from the Gambino family at the time or from like the Cosa Nostra, you know what I mean? So it was like that reality was implemented very much into the court case through the use of Geraldo Rivera. He actually testified against my father. Like fuck that dude, bro. Fuck that scumbag, dude.
Are you saying Geraldo Rivera testified against your father?
That's correct.
Yeah. Geraldo Rivera, the actual superstar. My dad had just been on his show prior 3 weeks before to this situation. So it was like the government was using Geraldo, maybe 3 months. Sorry, I didn't mean 3 weeks. The government was using Geraldo to like focus because it was the time that Cops was just launched. So there was this time on television that was so prime time, and it was used to focus on people getting busted, you know? So this was like this amplification they used on my father. It was like, oh, we're opening Al Capone's, you know, fucking safe. And now we're going to show Richard Delisi over in the Keys talking about how he made $50 million. I think my dad might have slipped up at that point because he had mentioned like he might have boasted a bit on the fact that he was on this show because he didn't know he was being set up. But it was used as fucking evidence in his case, you know?
Jesus Christ.
And you know what it was? And now you got to remember, we go to this little town where the people are like, you know, like all country people, right? And they're watching Geraldo on TV, and they think Geraldo is the king of television, you
media.
know?
Yeah.
You know, a media. And they were like, yeah, he's got to be guilty for this. You know, Geraldo's involved. So, you know, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, he sold you out for ratings. Yeah. And then to boost his ratings, testified against you to make you look like the gangster you weren't.
Yeah, and then he says to me in the courtroom, "Don't worry about nothing. You'll be back in court. This ain't gonna stick." When he's hugging me, he gave me a hug when he left the courtroom. That was the best part of it all. And I haven't heard from that dude since I was in prison.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that he's working with Fox and all these other networks, and you probably never will because of who he thinks he is, and that's a shame. And honestly, it's very telling of media to control a narrative and take your words and spin it. And I'm not saying every media outlet does this, but it's part of show business, right? And it's
the evil part. It's the evil part because this is just straight good and evil, dude. That's all
way
this
beyond
is.
that. Geraldo Rivera also gave weed to somebody before he interviewed him. He gave him tie sticks so that he would be really stoned and loose and casual. And So Godard Rivera's, he's just a user, you know, of people.
Super user.
Yeah, but it's not, listen, he's one, this is why it's good and evil, is because he's just one person who chose evil. Who created the narrative of 98 years? Whoever that person is, because I guarantee you it was probably one or two people, some person who just has evil in them. How the fuck are you going to ask for 98 years?
What's more
That was
important is
David Berdahl.
David Berdahl. What a
Yeah, he
name to
was
that
he
evil.
was the
who was the person
prosecutor.
that signed that got you out early?
That was the board of parole, the head of the board of parole. That was a crazy situation. So that'll take us right back to kind of where I left off when I was tripping about the whole situation. About all of a sudden I knew it was real, and there was these like level of people, like it was like, to break down how I got in touch real quick with Mary, and I don't want to veer off the story, but I had reached out to Steve D'Angelo a few times because I had heard he was starting the Last Prisoner Project. And a few of my friends were like, yo, this is going to be the real way to get your pops out, because the ambassadors and the free and the pro bono action on this group, on this social group, can maybe reach who you need to reach out to. So I was like, communicating a few times with them. This is circa 2018, 2019. And I had gotten like mild responses from them, but not like, more like, we're about to launch something really serious, and as soon as we do, we're going to put your father at the forefront of it. Now, I had heard shit like that so many times that I was like, yeah, whatever. But I did get responses back from Yako, who was Steve D'Angelo's assistant. And then I kind of had, so I'm sorry, I'm like throwing so much of this in, but I remember having this like moment when COVID struck, you know? And what had happened was I'd had a dream after COVID started, like once it had fully kicked in, like when all the planes were on the runways and airports and shit like that. I had this dream that my dad died in prison. And I woke up and I said to my wife, I said, like, I had this dream that my pops died in prison, and this shit, it felt so real. It was like he just got sick and died and they couldn't help him, you know? And that moment kind of sparked some crazy shit in my mind, that I had reached back out to Last Prisoners Project and sent them a long text message saying, I think my dad's going to die in prison of COVID. So can you guys please like get on your job? Because the prior message to me was like, we're going to handle your dad. We're going to put him on we're going to put him in the forefront of everything we're focused on. And then I hadn't heard from them for about 9 months, 10 months because of COVID. So I had hit them back like, look, I think that if we don't do something soon, my father's going to die in prison. I had this dream and da-da-da-da-da. And then all of a sudden I got this reaction back, which was this second movement from them, which was like all this. Then I knew for a fact that things were going through what I was talking about before, because before that message from Kiara, Mary, Mariah, and Yako, I didn't know that I had a real connection with Steve D'Angelo. He was just somebody on Weed Wars to me. You know what I mean? Like, it was just something that I was thinking like, oh, wow, famous ass dude who got on National Geographic and broke all the like walls of how cannabis is perceived to the public, so because that's the only way I saw it out there in Amsterdam. You know what I mean? I was living in Amsterdam for 30 years, and that was the first time I'd ever seen a show documented about weed and dispensaries. So all of a sudden I felt like, okay, this is really real. And then things started to take traction. So it was like COVID is the reason why he got free in the end. So thank God to COVID for my life.
Perspective, right? Everything's perspective.
COVID brought me back to family in a way that I couldn't have imagined.
Mm. Yeah, I will say during COVID, what me and my family spent almost every day doing was just hiking the forest behind our house all
Yeah.
together. It was it was
Yeah. How you going to beat
nice.
that time?
It's really hard. It's like you don't want the whole world to shut down and the economy to collapse and all these other things. That's one perspective, focusing on that. But when
Oh,
you think about the
100%.
importance of like getting out of the rat race, getting back to what's important, which is it's family.
All of a sudden you had time to fix your bathroom or the leak in the thing or the gutter. Everybody had time to like do things that they didn't have time for years to do, you know?
Yeah.
Make
Yeah,
the
they just
sourdough
run out
bread.
of the house. I
What
mean,
was
it
that?
got to that point where they weren't even letting people out on the street, you know?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
got crazy. Like I caught COVID inside,
Oof.
and I got so sick I couldn't even walk. I had to
That was
crawl where I went with my
that was when
friend,
I had the dream.
with my friend holding on to my shirt so my stomach didn't wind up in my chest on the concrete.
You guys both seem so like not bitter and so not like it's how do you choose love in this and not bitterness? How do you move on from people who stole so much from you in
We
such a
got
personal and intimate way?
we have to thank God for that. If I didn't find God in my life while I was in prison, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now.
Yeah, that's
Because when I was in prison, when I thought I wasn't coming home anymore, I wanted to just end it all. I definitely
yeah.
wanted to just stop breathing, you know?
No.
And
Yeah,
I
heard that
I even
before.
said something to Richie. I think I said something to him about
Yeah.
that.
I mentioned that a couple times already, and I remember him like calling me. This is before this action started with Last Prisoner Project, but I remember him calling me probably a month prior to that and telling me like, please don't get mad at me if I'm not here anymore, you know? And I was like, you better not, you motherfucker. Like, I swear to God, I got so on his shit when he said that to me. I was like, Pops, I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna carve a lane out this industry for you. When you get out, like, you're gonna get love from people that you don't even know, like that made money off this game without, having to deal with the shit you dealt with. Because and I remember that clearly, like hanging up the phone and like being hella pissed at him. Yeah. Take
When
a
I was
dab.
younger, when I heard the word God, I would think like the guy up in the clouds with the son of Jesus. And as I get older and I hear your father say that, I'm like, God is a word we give to make the right choices, to think, to not, and temptation is the word we give to make the wrong choice. Oh, I'm never going to get out of this. I'm never going to see my family again. I just want to end it all. Like, throwing away the greatest thing you have, your life, and thinking that way is that temptation of when you're so far down. I can't personally imagine what you felt like and how far down you were. That is unbelievable to me. But then to find that in a hard place, in a not a good place, to find that sort of positivity, to find that, no, I'm going to make the right choices. I'm going to see my family. I am going to get out of here. That's pretty incredible. Not
It was a
everyone will
short time,
experience
right?
that.
It was a short time between that moment where you were giving up to when you got free, right? It must
Oh
have
yeah,
tripped you out.
it was within months. It was crazy. It was, um, I got called to classifications, and what happened was that the awareness was pumped up by Fox News when I went on channel 10 Fox News at 10 o'clock, and people heard about the story. They started complaining to Tallahassee about how can you have this guy in jail for that when you got murderers and rapists and all this stuff running around on the street, you know?
And also, mind you, medical cannabis is in full swing in Florida at the time. So people are enjoying cannabis in Florida and getting totally agitated with the fact that this guy has been in for over 30 years, you know, it was wild for me to see. I was like, wow, people care. Like, because it just wasn't a thing that people showed they cared about outside of the cannabis community before that, you know?
So this was basically the time where the tides were changing, public opinion on cannabis, you know, you could start seeing that public opinion on cannabis might lead to your release.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, he knew that. He knew it in his heart.
Yeah, I could feel it, you know what I mean? I said, look at this. There, and the wild part of the whole deal is the state that put me away for 98 years licensed me now in the state to sell it. Is that sick?
Dude, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's great. It's not
really,
it's sick in a good way.
It's really like, is this for real? You know what I mean? Can I actually do this?
I'll tell you one thing. If the people who did convict you and create this narrative are seeing this play out now, like this is, I'm sure
gonna be
it's
real with you. A
bothering
lot
them
of
a
those
great
people
deal.
are dead.
Well,
You know,
And
the judge
awesome.
died. So you, when you said before, you said who was the person? There must have been one or two people that made this decision. He had been in front of the same judge before, and this judge had told him, like, if I see you again, kind of like your ass is mine type of deal, you know? And here he was in front of the judge.
That's what he told me.
Well,
What was the judge's name, Pop?
The judge's name was
Maloney?
the first Judge Maloney.
Of course, rhymes with baloney.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Rick, you didn't see Steve D'Angelo in about 2005 when he was in Amsterdam?
No, I never met him then. No. The first time I met him was
because he came over to my place and wanted to know how to set up a lab because they set up their first labs in around 2008. And
Gotcha.
I explained because we had a lab already then for almost 10 years.
I should add, when Sam's talking about a lab, he's not talking about like a hash making lab. He's talking about like a full analytical lab with
totally licensed by the Ministry of Health.
Yeah, that's when we were all doing it, and I was Steve D'Angelo was originally with Steep Hill Labs, and that's what we were trying to set up originally. And
he came over for dinner, and I did everything I could to help him. I says, "Of course you need a lab. It's the only way you can be sure that the consumers are safe."
Well, I got a Steve D'Angelo story, which he told me in Panama when I texted him in Panama saying, "Are you in Panama?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm just in the lobby of this hotel." And was it Panama? No, sorry. It was Colombia. We were in Colombia. I had just been in Panama and I had flown to Colombia. And so we were in Colombia. I heard he was there. I had never met him before, but I had sold him bubble bags years prior. And he came, he was like, "Oh, I'm just talking to the president of Mexico or something." And he's like, "I'll come up." Because I said, "Hey, I got some dabs." So this is the hilarious way of meeting this guy. He's hanging out with a president of a country, but he's going to ditch him to come up and puff some dabs with me in our hotel room. And he tells me a story on camera that in the 90s, like I think it was the late 90s, I may get some of the details of this story wrong. He was busted. He lost pretty much everything. And he discovered bubble bags, and he was like, he bought some bubble bags and he started making hash, and he's like those bubble bags were the foundation of everything. Like for me, after getting busted, I basically created from the bubble bags, you know, Harborside and all of this neat stuff. So another kind of neat full story there for you know, Steve is an incredible guy. He really is.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Steve.
Seriously, like
Steve D'Angelo. We love you, Steve.
Absolutely, we do. He is a solid dude. I have not got to spend much time with him, but the time and more importantly, what I see him and how he moves in the world, It leaves the right wakes. It leaves, you know, the results of his movements are good and
That's really well
positive.
put. That's really well put. And
Yeah.
it's a trip because after Pops got out, we went over to his house up there in California, and he goes to me, he goes, Rick, I just want to let you know something, that I literally moved your dad's work back in the day. He's like, and I
Oh my
followed your
God.
dad's case before you reached me. He's like, and it always blew me away that he was still inside, you know? So I didn't know he was personally attached to him in some way. Um, yeah, it that's where my love comes from it to him. You know what I mean?
I mean, I
And
stay with him when I go to California. I stay with him in his house.
yeah, no,
Opens his home to me, you know?
it is. I see you chiming in, and I know a lot of things. Also, I'm not going to go there. I was more. I think the best way to refer to him is what Mark just said, is that he somehow has a really amazing wake in thing. Like he leaves a wake in the waves that does something in the ocean of cannabis. So it is what it is. And for what he did for my family, I'll always have a place in my heart for him, you know. Whether it was a wave of a hand, or an initiative directed that he did. I think it was more of a wave of a hand, but respect and love, you know. In the
So
end,
after so many years in prison, you must have a sort of ongoing struggle to see anyone else who's in jail for cannabis convictions to for them to be out.
That's why I'm an activist. That's why I'm trying to get, I want the 40,000 out on the street just like me, and I want their records cleaned. And I want the men, women, everybody, you know, of every
yeah.
race. I want them.
I don't think that anybody who's been sentenced to any type of cannabis related sentence should be put in the same prisons as murderers and rapists and
Yeah, as
these
long
type
as
of
they
people.
don't
It
have any
changes the
violence.
mentality of a human, you know.
Yeah,
It's
as
like
long as
all
there's
of a
no
sudden you
violence.
have to be, yeah.
If you got a marijuana charge and there's no violence on it, there's no reason for you to be in prison. Especially
At
that
all.
Washington, D.C. right now is cleaning up on cannabis. They're making so much money off of it, they're redoing their streets up there now, you know?
Yeah, it is a weird time for this sort of end of prohibition, even though it didn't it's not playing out exactly how I certainly would hope to have seen it play out. It's still
Not
playing
even close.
out. It is still playing out though. You know, like
Yeah.
you're sitting here with your
It's
father.
better than it was.
Yeah, better than it was, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Colin.
But if you say we have a long way to go, but it's these I look at it like a staircase. We have many stairs to climb, right? And there's a saying one stair at a time. And I feel like we're still at the bottom of the staircase, but because of the stairs that you've climbed, Rick, and others around you, and people that have been before us, we're just here supporting it, with our work, and we're trying to make a better future for ourselves. But it's only off the learnings of those that have become before us. And that's, we stand on the shoulders of giants like Sam and yourself, Rick. It's totally two different dichotomies, but somehow it's fitting, right? It is us. It's
Yeah.
wholly unique to us as individuals. So I think we have a long way to go, but again, it's for us to be at this inflection point right now is all because of the work that's done before us. So
We
I thank you.
also we also didn't lose all our rights at once, so we're not going to gain them all back at once. And I
Good
think
point.
that
Yeah.
is something a lot of people think, that through an initiative or through something, it's going to be achieved. Whereas we have to never forget that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance, which means we have to be a participant of our world, our democracy, our laws. Because if we're
Yeah.
not, our laws will impact those who we love. And here we're witnessing one of the more tragic cannabis realities that's befallen the reprehensible drug war and prohibition. And here is for everybody to see a family that was torn apart. But fortunately, due to the change a lot of people all over the decades worked on, you were able to arrive here. And that is a beautiful miracle all in itself of hard work, determination, not giving up. Rick, your constant vigilance, pushing for your father. He wasn't here to see it, whereas we were watching you suffer, watching you twist and turn on a fucking knife blade that you hoped and dreamed this was a possibility. So to sit here years later, I mean, what was that, 2017 or something like that, that you're still talking about?
16, 17, 18.
Right.
Yeah, heavy.
So, thank you for taking the chance on yourself to believe to do that for your father, because I know people who wouldn't even try.
Rick was
Yeah.
making
Wow.
daily posts in things like Facebook and other things saying, please help me.
Yeah,
And
I remember going back to that, and I'm so glad that that all of you sitting here, because it brings me right back to that time when we were doing Hash Church, and I was trying to use the hash community, which seemed to be the wokest community in the cannabis corners, to amplify this message. So all of you sitting in this room right now had something to do with my father. All of you, like as I see all of your faces, Colin, Mark, Sam, Etienne, like it really, it's a wild thing. So it's really great to like have this moment where we come back and go over it all, because it seems so surreal, like
but
I
you
can't.
made this. You made
Yes.
this moment.
No,
You
you're
dreamed it.
100% right. Thank you.
You
And
dreamed
that's,
it, but you
yeah.
achieved it.
But I also met the right people that gave me this energy, like, yo, keep going. You know what I mean? Trust me, keep going. Because if you don't have that in the world, like, it can feel really bewildering, And at a certain point, I was losing self-confidence.
Yeah,
Even though I
well,
had a wife and beautiful children, I was losing my self-confidence because I was like, I was seeing Mandela get out. I was just seeing a lot of things in my life that were being corrected. So I was like, man, if this doesn't get corrected, I'm gonna fucking be
yeah,
hopeless.
I
Like,
remember, Rick, the really big problem was that they were already starting to release some federal prisoners from nonviolent
yeah,
cannabis long
it was
sentences.
freaking me out.
Yeah, but Florida, they played hardball.
They did. And coming back to that, like, I get bashed a lot for my partnership with Trulieve. And how I deal with that and how I respond to that is cannabis would not be medically legal in Florida if it wasn't for Trulieve. So there's certain people that have to take certain actions to make certain things happen. And they took those actions. And the first place to ever sell medical cannabis in Florida was that brand. So that's why looking over everything and looking back on everything, what made this possible, they were super cog in that. As hard as some people have time imagining that, because now every Floridian can drive up the road and go get cannabis if they need it. So that if that didn't happen in that state, there would have been no recognition to my father's situation, So it's really deep, like how it's all come around and who we sit with now. And like it also stuns my father that the state of Florida now we have a brand in the state of Florida to medically distribute cannabis is pretty amazing,
It's absolutely amazing, and I want to get into it more, but I want to go back still before we get there. One of the
Yeah.
things that I always think about, my mentor, Ron Hickey, he served 6 years in a federal penitentiary for cannabis, and then he got out and he got another 5 years. So he always called it 11 Christmases instead of 11 years. But so I'd hear a lot of these stories, particularly when he would go in and then come out afterwards, and how much the world changed. It changed a lot less the first time because it was earlier. And as he got into the 90s and he went in and then came out, the world changed like a lot. So I was wondering, what's some of the most surprising challenges or things for you to adapt to when you were released, Richard? When you came back out into the world, 32 years, quite a bit has changed.
The phone was one of the wildest. The computer, the computer was like, I was like, you got to be kidding. Like Richie hands me a phone when I get out. I don't know. I think it was an iPhone 12 or something, Max or something, a sports or something. He said, here, Dad, here's a phone for you. And he started showing me some of the stuff on it. I said, get out of here. Say, this can't be. I mean, I could talk to the thing and it would tell me whatever I wanted to know. I was like, you got to be kidding.
Imagine being dyslexic and being handed an iPhone with Siri.
It must have looked like alien technology.
It really
Just the
must have
dyslexic part, like, how do you communicate in the world that we know digitally? And then all of a sudden you're handed this Siri thing where you're like, hey, send my son a message, blah, 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 blah. And it's not like you have to write it and it takes 7 hours for a dyslexic
I feel
mind.
like that would be overwhelming.
Look how he cut his teeth back then, right? You were using payphones and pagers, right, to communicate, and all of a sudden,
Oh, when
you
I
now-
went away, yeah, it was like if you didn't have a quarter, you didn't make a phone call.
right,
I'll grab
exactly.
some water. I'll be right back.
I'm thinking about how much time we all had to adapt from the very first iPhone till even the Max 12. I mean, all the iterations in between that, we were like on this curve. You just were like all the way up immediately into it.
Dude, it's like smoking a tiny hit off of a joint and then like smoking DMT after that in regards to a drug experience, like straight up.
Oh, wow.
So, wow, that's pretty amazing though. So Rick, can you tell us a little bit about the experience you had, not just coming out, but your journey with cannabis was one of necessity and real complexity as well.
Well, you have to remember, I was actually 13 when I first started smoking weed. And the difference between me being 13 and you being 13 is like 50 years. So back then it was like so unbelievable in my head how much I loved this thing and how much I wanted to get involved with it. And I wanted to be a marijuana dealer. And then after a little while I said, I don't want to be a marijuana dealer. I want to be a marijuana smuggler. I want to bring thousands and thousands of pounds of this stuff into America to make all my friends happy and make New York State happy for one day, and that'll make me, Am I right?
You
Yeah.
are right.
You're super right.
Absolutely. And you did make people happy.
I did.
Just trust that.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, people, I made people love what I did the way I loved it,
So how would you go about, obviously you were good at it. How did you learn to do that? You just would you go to the countries? Would you get hands
here's
in?
the way it happened. I had an old Porsche, an old, I don't know, a 356. And me and my brother were driving around one day in Pompano Beach, Florida. And I had been doing little things with carloads and truckloads to New York. Other people were smuggling it. And we pulled into this place, a 7-Eleven, and we went in there and got like a Slurpee or something and some chips and stuff, maybe a honey bun, who knows. And there was a car trader there, you know, the thing that sells cars. And there was a house for sale, a coffee plantation in Minca, Colombia. But I seen the thing Colombia and I seen plantation. I could barely read and write at this time. And I grabbed it and I said to the lady, my brother's out in the car now. He's sitting in the car. And I said to the lady, give me a roll of quarters. And I went out to the phone booth outside. My brother rolls the window down. He says, what are you doing? I said, I'm making a call. I'm calling this guy about this house, this finca that's for sale in Colombia, this coffee plantation. He said, get the fuck out of here. Get in the car. Let's go. I said, no, you get over here and come with a pen and a paper. So what happened was I called this guy in Michigan, and it's the father of the kid that owns the house in Colombia. But the kid is in Colombia. He's trying to make things happen, but he just couldn't do it. So I said to the father, I said, hey, listen, I want to buy that place in Colombia. How do I go about going and seeing it and everything? And he said, oh, no, you can't just go to Colombia. You know, Colombia is like, you know, it's crazy. They got, you know, gorillas there and all kinds. I said, man, forget about all that. Just tell me about the house and how I can get there. So he told me some stuff. He told me how to get there and everything. And we didn't even have passports. In 24 hours from when I talked to that guy, I had a passport in my hand.
Wow. And what year was this? Like 80 something?
When was this?
Yeah, what year would this have been?
This was in 1971, right?
Oh shit.
71,
Yes.
Rick.
71 when you told me the
53
story.
years ago.
Right after my
Yeah.
federal deal went down.
Okay. Wow. All right. So then you flew to Colombia to go see
We
this
fly to
plantation?
Colombia. I rent a car in a place called Barranquilla, and we drive. We drive for like an hour and a half. We drive to this place called Santa Marta, Colombia. But there's a little resort just before you get there, and we stopped and got a room and stuff, you know, and hung out. And I seen this kid, you know, in the lobby, and I said, "Hey, man, you think you could help us get some weed?" And he said, "Oh yeah, sure." Blah blah blah. What room you in? So we went to our room, and he came over to our room, and he says to me, "Yeah, I can get you some good weed." He says, "Give me the keys for your car." I looked at my brother. I said, "You believe this fucking kid is looking for the keys for the car? Is he out of his fucking mind?" So, make a long story short, I wind up giving him the keys for the car. And I give him $50. And he says, "I'll be back in a half hour." He comes back in a half hour. He's got a fucking shopping bag full of weed, a shopping bag full, and $40. I said, I looked over at my brother. I said, "This is the guy we wanted to meet here."
Before you saw the plantation, you got the weed connection.
Oh, so no, here's what happens. I had the weed connection already. So the next day we drive up to the place, right? And I mean, I don't know if you ever seen Richie. I'm going to have Richie actually send, or I'll send you pictures of the whole place, what it looks like. And we go up there and I'm like, wow. I'm saying to my brother, holy fuck, look at this place. It's a 2-story house on the side of a mountain overlooking the valley with Santa Marta and the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, really fucking magnificent view, right? And it's like, there isn't even electric in the house. There's a little wire, like something that you'd see like an antenna on a portable radio, you know, that little thin wire. That's what's going into the house to make a couple of light bulbs light up. And that's it. But I mean, it changed because I had bought a giant generator from a yacht company, you know, that sold generators to these big 200-foot yachts and stuff. And I brought a generator down there on one of my planes. and brought it up to the house and had it all put in and everything, put air conditioning in. I mean, we tricked the house out, you know?
I
And
bet.
yeah, man, we made it real comfortable. You know, brought all furniture from America. Every time the plane went down empty, I put clothes, you know, all kinds of stuff in it to have in the house. And that's how we furnished, got it all straight, you know, to where you want to live in it and hang out in it. I mean, the gorillas used to come out of the mountains and come hang out with us. And everybody was so afraid of them. And I wasn't afraid of them. You know, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, bro. You know,
And tell them actually why you weren't afraid of them, because I'm just remembering you brought them a lot of appliances that weren't available in Colombia.
oh yeah,
So
you know, I
it
mean,
was like coming back down, loading it with.
oh man, I used to load the
Yeah.
plane with refrigerators, dishwashers, air conditioners, VCRs, TVs.
Colombian Santa Claus.
Yeah, I was like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I used to bring them all kinds of food that they couldn't get their hands on.
Here I'm thinking it was actually gorillas, like the animal.
I'm talking about gorillas with machine guns hanging off their shoulders, sitting in my living room,
I got that.
hanging out, smoking J's with us, you know, telling us if anybody gives you any problem, you just let us know, you know?
Just an
And that's
army
the
of
way it was.
gorillas in and around your house. And so you fix up this house, you get it all pimped out, you've got a relationship with the gorillas, and you plant.
Now we get with this kid and we meet these couple of guys and we did business with them for a little while, but it wasn't, they were too gangster oriented. Like they were hurting people to get things done. And I seen that and I said to my brother, I said, hey Ted, I'm not into this shit with this. We got to find someone else. And we wound up founding this guy, Ramiro, which became like a dear friend of mine also. My son's middle name is Ramiro, and his son's first name is Richard. I mean, that's how close we got. And I mean, this guy could move a mountain. He was only 5'2". He could move a mountain in 5 minutes by just waving his hand. That's how strong this cat was. God bless him, you know.
Yeah, indeed. So you guys end up planting, like, what is this, like an acreage or something?
No, what happened was we wound up growing all gold marijuana. I mean, literally hundreds of tons of it.
Jesus.
You know,
Santa
like,
Marta gold.
yeah, close to a million pounds of yellow marijuana I brought into America. And when I say yellow, I mean like yellow like gold, you know. I'm talking about 14, 18, 22, like that color, you know.
Was
Just
that
sun
called
bleached.
Santa Marta Gold?
Huh?
Yes,
Was it
sun
called
bleached.
Santa Marta Gold?
Yeah, Santa Marta Gold. That was just me. I was responsible for all of that weed. Me and my brother.
That's unbelievable. And how did that come about? Like, obviously it must have been like, it is drying it out in the sun a special way, is it not? Or is it,
Yeah, it was the way that they cured it.
Mm.
You know, that the way they made it happen. Because it was females and males together. That's how potent that stuff was.
I had seeds.
Remember
It
we
was
grew,
hermied out.
I remember we grew like 7 acres of just females, like 8 mountains from where we grew the other, where the males and females were mixed. And I'll tell you what, man, people in New York were outraged by it. Outraged. You know, they were like, you gotta be kidding me. This can't be.
Like in disbelief, happy or not happy? Like,
Oh, they were so unbelievably happy with it.
I was gonna
They
say,
it was like the kryptonite of today.
Jesus.
But meanwhile, the regular gold weed was the happy weed that made you give you the munchies and the laughs and everything. It was the perfect smoke, and it's gone. It's not here anymore.
So did you like discover a group of Colombians that had been doing this on a smaller level and then you blew it up? Or did you were you a part of, how did you guys come up with this curing the weed this way? Had they been doing it for a long time?
No,
Yeah,
they weren't.
Samia.
My friend was in the man that I met, Ramiro, was in the weed business, but not heavy. He was like a small time guy, and I said, "Hey, listen, when we get involved with each other, this thing's going to blow up. It's going to change your whole life. You're not going to be like, driving this car that's got, like two flat tires, stuff like that. You'll be driving, a nice car. You'll be in nice business and everything." And that's what wound up happening to him. He was very, very business oriented, and he wound up, supermarkets and all kinds of things he owned before he passed. Now his children own it. But he was really, really a
Did
business
he come
guy.
up with the Samia, or did you?
I'm sorry?
Did Ramon come up with Samia, or did you?
No, Romero.
Romero.
Yeah,
I guess
he's just asking who
I guess it
planted
was
this.
a joint effort.
The seed
Because
was
I
planted.
would not, I told him I would not ever bring commercial marijuana to Florida.
Hmm.
It just wasn't my thing, I didn't want to, or to New York or to anywhere else on the planet.
But who handled the harvest and everything what was going on in Colombia is what they're asking. Was it Ramiro?
Yeah, it was Romero. Romero took care of everything. In other words, he took care of everything right up to the airport when the plane landed.
Yep.
Which
The
airport was in the Guajira Desert.
The first Samia I saw was in the very late 60s or maybe 1970. And it was actually Acapulco Gold Samia. But my friend brought it up, and he says, "I've got two kinds. I've got one with seeds and one without seeds." I said, "Well, give me an ounce of both and I'll try them." And so once I tried the Samia, I says, "I don't want no one's seeds."
Yeah. Once you had Sensimilia, it was over.
Dude,
Oh,
you
yeah.
got to break out the
wondering,
double album. Go ahead.
Hey,
Rick,
you got to
sorry.
remember, when I come out, there's no such things as seeds in weed anymore. I was like, holy shit, man. I can't even find a seed in a jar, or, I'll buy a pound of weed and I can't get one seed out of it. It was nuts.
Well, you can look at the evolution of music and how we listen to music and the evolution of seeded weed. When we had albums, double albums, the weed had lots of seed in it, but you could get it out with the records.
Yeah.
Then they just got smaller and smaller and smaller, and now they're like MP3s and we pay for music subscriptions.
Excuse me for a second.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
No,
Wow,
I was
those are
just
some great
thinking
stories,
that I was wondering if the people who I was wondering if the same groups were curing the weed the same way back then, like that there was actually somebody who was running things, going to Acapulco, going to Mexico, and then going to Colombia and being like, this is how it has to be.
It was just common sense.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
Morocco, when I visited there in 1971, the way they dried their keef plants for either smoking keef or for making hashish was they put them on the roof, dried them in the sun for a couple
Gold
days,
dried. Yeah.
and that's the way they did it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Very cool, very cool, man. What a trip. Like what an unbelievable. It's got to be a movie, dude. Like it's and it's not even
working on
done.
that. We're actually working on that at the moment. It's funny you say that. We signed an agreement for a movie with the group, and I'm busy evolving that at the moment and evolving a documentary at the same time. So a feature film and a documentary. The feature film will be more, it won't be all factual. It won't be based 100% on reality, because if you do a movie, just the way they approach us, they don't want to do it that way. And then that's why we want to still do the documentary in the book. That's just like the stone cold hard
I think
facts.
Mr. Nice was a similar movie from the book. They kind of veered in some directions.
Did the same thing.
And even the movie Blow, I mean, they started off as pot dealers in Hermosa Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bones
Yeah.
Brigade, they did the same thing on the dock, where they, did the doc first and then did the film. The
Rick,
one thing that
you've heard of the old saying, Rick, art imitating life, right? So this would be now art that would be, basically telling your story, but you almost got to wonder, just based on the timing of your dad's decision, with like Goodfellas and The Godfather and all those other movies that kind of casted, Italians from New York as all being, in the rackets,
And I'm sure that had a big part in
You think
people in Polk
so?
County's minds,
Of
Yeah.
course.
because they were
Yeah,
watching
because
stuff, that they couldn't wait for Tuesday and Wednesday night, stuff like that, to watch certain, shows that were on television. And you're right. And I didn't even get a chance to see The Sopranos till I got home. They
But
wouldn't let us
you
watch
think
it in there
that
because
could
they showed
influence
women's
the
breast.
judge and the
Huh?
jury, and it could have had a big impact on your sentence, don't you think?
Yeah.
They wouldn't let you watch The Sopranos in jail because it promoted gangsterism. Is that what you said?
Well, they wouldn't
Yeah.
let The Sopranos because they showed breasts, the dances and all that, and
That's a
violence.
bada bing.
bada bing.
No bada
Well,
bing, eh?
Well,
Yeah.
this is a reminder, there's still people in jail. The people are still going to jail for weed. Florida has
I think there
flipped
were 60.
that
Yeah.
script. Yeah, I was about to say, Rick, do you have anybody that you want to make us aware of, since your dad won the freedom ticket, but there's other people unfortunately still waiting on their freedom ticket. Is there
So
anybody that we should be aware
yeah,
of?
the latest case. I mean, there's a lot of cases that I'd like to mention right off bat, but the latest case I've been awoken to is Michael Beeman, who was sentenced to 999 years for cannabis. It's a black man. I I also would say Kevin Allen is another one. Edwin Rubis. These people are all just sitting in prison on these crazy, crazy sentences. Yeah. I I don't want to just say one person. I would say that if anybody wants to help, please go to like Last Prisoner Project website, check who and how to get in contact and take action and donate. I would also say connect with freedomgrow.org. So these are people that directly communicate and impact constituents' lives. For me to just talk about one particular person right now, it will distract our goal
Yeah,
as a
because
community.
there's over 40,000 that we're
I think
talking
it's 60,000 this year that were arrested. So when my dad was put onto it a few years ago, it was 40,000 on a kind of like annual basis. But this year, still 60,000 people were arrested for cannabis. So there's this kind of like gung ho anti patriotism when it comes to cannabis that touches a lot of people in like the brown and black communities, and they get tormented with really weird sentencing. I mean, I know a lot of white people have also been affected by cannabis sentencing, but it's out of proportion. So the best thing to do is really go to lastprisonerproject.org or freedomgrow.org and see who they have on their list, because they know the actual order of what things can be done and who they can help and stuff like that. So for me personally, that's what I'm doing. We give a certain amount of proceeds to them because they are constantly in real action with constituents,
Yeah,
But Michael
absolutely.
Beeman, 999 years, look that one up and be fucking blown away. Like, wow, they're still doing this weird shit. Like, yeah.
Jesus
It
Christ.
would have been a lot more, but people like me left America in 1985 because I could see the writing on the wall.
But then there's
Thank
people like
God.
me who refused to testify against our friend Ed Rosenthal in 2007, and were literally put on the stand in federal court and grilled and sentenced to potentially jail. And the judge, who was my judge, Judge Breyer, who was the twin of the Supreme Court Judge Breyer, it took 7 of us getting on the stand and refusing to testify, declaring our Fifth and 10th Amendment rights to protect ourselves, that we were doing what we were doing right. And, so it takes sacrifices at times to challenge the system, because out of that, the Ninth Circuit realized that they could no longer convict people for medical marijuana. Okay, so this is the type of precedence we set over the years. I'm just a very small little speck of grain of rice in this
And
one.
at that time,
Every grain counts.
you weren't even allowed to mention medical marijuana in court. You
Correct.
could not use it as a defense.
Correct. And that is the reason, because this week we celebrate Berkeley Patients Group 25th year. And Berkeley Patients Group, as the oldest dispensary in the United States, the name Patients was willfully put in the name by our founders, Jim McClellan, Debbie Goldsberry, and Don Duncan, because there was no medical defense. We were hoping that a series of our peers of 12 plus a couple on the guest list would hear the term patients when they would read the name of the business. That's how far we knew that we had to take it, because we expected to fight it out in the courts. We never expected to be here at 25 years. We expected the matching bracelets and to use the courts to change the system, so there would be no more Delisis in the world. Or unfortunately, I had to deal with a friend of mine, Will Foster, who was sentenced to 93 years back in
That was a bad one.
94.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma. I held his daughter in my arms as he was sentenced to 93 years. And years later, he would finally be absolved. And now he's back living and has his own cannabis business in Oklahoma. So I'm glad to see people rise above the realities that the absolute shithole the government threw you in, that you had the wherewithal to fight, that your son had the wherewithal to fight, so that you're sitting here today in a different reality that none of us dreamed possible in 2017, but here you are. So a credit to all of you and everybody along the way who helped make that a reality. But most of all, Mr. Delisi's both, thank you for your tenacity and leading by example and showing people what is possible by love.
Yeah, not just coming out of it right into a whole scene. Like, I'm gonna carve a lane for you, Pops. Don't worry. It's like, boom, got the brand, got the relationships. You guys are doing all these store openings, and suddenly you're selling weed legally. Like, it's such a beautiful, like, little cherry on top. It's like, not only are we gonna get them out, but this is a brand. This was like a movement. It's more than a brand, really. It's a movement. And I'm guessing that you're using this brand as to fund and to promote the activism and to create the
Absolutely.
awareness,
No doubt about
for
it.
the prisoners.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah.
That's just
And
so good. It's all good.
and a certain percentage of our proceeds go back to
The activism constantly. So that's gone on. We've been able to donate nice amounts to Last Prisoner Project, Freedom Grow, certain people that we come across in the industry, 40 tons with Corvain and Anthony, and King fights cancer. Certain people that we come across, that use cannabis and are active in trying to promote cannabis reform, then I try to give back as much as I can to those people if I see they're really solid,
Yeah,
Um,
that's awesome. Well,
It's
we're
it's
always
been
here
fun.
for you guys. Hash Church is your vehicle to use as you see fit and as you please. Anything we can do in this part of the community for you guys and what you're doing, it's just we're 100% behind it.
Yeah, it's a trip because hash is what brought us together, and hash is
Dude, the first time you came here, we made hash.
yeah, and hash is what set my father free.
Oh yeah.
Through the activism of the community, that there was a very close-knit niche community in the hash industry and the extraction industry. And those people are the people who put me on a platform that made me understand what was my goal and how I was going to achieve it. So, yeah, Hash Church, man. Everybody pray to put your hands together for the hash, everyone.
Dude. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Legends of Hash, Hash Church.
Yeah, that was how. So it's a good thing. It's a good time for me to give this dude a shout. Also, I'm gonna take a dab, but let me take a dab and then I'll holler.
Yeah,
Right with
Sure.
you.
with Jay as we speak also.
One thing you said earlier, you were saying you're
Thanks.
self-conscious about your deal, and I think all of us have worked with large companies at one form or another in our career in this industry. And the one thing I think is important to highlight is that, Darren Aronofsky, Tribe Called Quest, I could name many artists that all work with large entities to get their artistry out. It's not about who you work with, it's how you work with them and how you utilize
Yes,
the platform for your voice. And I think that's
100%.
misconstrued a lot of times and misunderstood. And I think those that are out there listening need to understand that distribution is key. If you're an artist, that's all you care about. If you're in cannabis, that's sometimes all you want to do is you want to touch more people. And to
Yeah,
touch more people means that you need help. And having help is not a bad thing. And no one deal is the same. So
yeah,
if they can make it work for themselves, make it work for themselves. It doesn't mean that's a bad thing or they're bad people. It means that they're utilizing the platform for everything that it makes sense for them. So
I
Well, you
think
know
there's
what? And
a.
I'll say something
Go ahead.
about that real
important
quick.
perspective. Yeah.
Is that, when I first started working with one of my partners, for bubble bags, actually, a lot of people in and around Amsterdam had stories and they were like, "Oh no, he did this and he did that and he did this." And I said, "Well, you know what? That's great that you manifested that with that group, but don't feel that you have to like warn me on my manifestations because I'm going to create my own relationship with this person." And me and that guy went on to do millions and millions and millions of dollars in business when many, many people, you know, tried to poison that before it happened, right? They got their little opinions in there, and it's like, okay, maybe you heard some rumors, maybe you even had a bad experience. Are we not allowed to grow as human beings? Are we not allowed to become better? Are we not allowed to make mistakes? Or when we make that mistake, is that now what defines us and who we have to be for the rest of our life? I hope not.
No,
Well
it's a
said.
good point. Yeah, it's sorry. Before I'll go back to just it's a trip because I was just saying that hash had brought me to this experience, and how I had originally been introduced to hash had to do with a certain group of people, which I want to shout out for sure. Which is, one of them is Ramon, and another one is Barry. He's also who brought me together with Mark. We personally, me and Ramon still are communicating as friends. Me and Barry no longer communicate, but I wanted to give True Cannabis a shout out just for one of the first people who kind of like we started extracting and making hash together, and he was growing weed around me and I was growing weed with him at a certain point and trying to evolve things. But that was like the one of the key people who brought me in to this whole evolution of myself in a way, where I saw like, hey, wait a minute, there's that niche crowd. But I didn't want to take too much off focus and hop back. I just wanted to say that one thing so I didn't lose that thought. My bad.
Yeah, yeah. And you wanted to take a dab and then shout someone out. Is that who it was? Those two guys?
That was it. Yeah, that was
Perfect.
it.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad. That's
Yeah,
awesome, man. Yeah, I remember. I
that was how
remember
we met.
meeting
Yeah,
you
and when
both,
we
you
went
and
to,
Ramon.
yeah, it was a trip, dude. It was fucking awesome, to be honest, because it was this pivotal shifting time in the cannabis industry, where all of a sudden we were feeling a little bit liberated just as people. So it was like, oh shit, we could actually show face and talk and communicate and build and stuff like that, which was fucking awesome, you know. But
You know,
yeah,
a quick question for your father, Richard. You know, being a father myself of three children, like, how fucking much did it touch your heart, and what level of pride did it give you to watch your son do what he did for you?
There's no words on the planet to describe what my son did for me. And it was a joint effort. It was Richie, my nephew, and my daughter. They were like a group, and they never stopped. They kept on, Ashley and Kenneth, and Richard just stayed on it and stayed on it till something happened. I remember him telling me once he got away from it for a little while, to focus on what was going on in his life. And it's just, like I said, there's no words. You can't even come up with words to express how wonderful these people were in my life.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the love they had for you, they focused it out into their communities. Those communities were extremely receptive, and then it just built this whole thing that seemed to, I mean, I just can't imagine it. 30 some odd years in prison, it just must have felt like it was never going to end.
Oh,
And then,
believe me, I thought I was going to die in prison. I didn't think I was ever going to come home. That's how brainwashed they had me. But it didn't stop me from trying to better myself while I was there. I kept doing all kinds of nice things. I kept bettering myself. I kept learning more. I was in the chapels, a library, just absorbing all this stuff and taking it all in. So maybe someday that I could help someone else out, you know?
yeah, well, just being a positive voice in a place like that, it helps a lot of people out.
Yeah.
In there, if you ain't thinking positive all the time, you'll jump off the third rail. You know?
And I'm sure it happens.
I've seen it happen many times. Seen people hang up the phone, go upstairs, and dive off the second floor, like they were diving in a swimming pool with their hands on their side.
Oh my God. That's a frightening place. It is pretty insane. I always think back to Todd McCormick's words, like to imprison habitual florists, people that are obsessed with flowers. They just want to share their flowers and grow their flowers and move their flowers. It just seems so sick and twisted to put someone in there for that.
it is.
It's pretty
So,
scary.
and today, and just yesterday, they probably put a few more away. It's really
Yeah.
incredible.
Well, it
But
seems like they have incentive to do it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like I don't just think they're doing it out of like the pure enjoyment of their sick and twisted minds. There has to be a system in place that benefits many
Yeah,
people,
prison.
or like the industrial prison
Prison.
complex.
I mean, and
Prison.
also putting someone in prison for that kind of once you get over, certain amount of time in prison, your brain functions different, your personality changes, and you deal with situations different. So it's like they're breaking you,
Yeah,
in a certain way, because you can either break good or bad. Like some people like wake up and realize like that shit is not, we're gonna I'm gonna do this, so this never, it is not a possibility. And then there's the other people who just get like a cycle and keep coming back and coming back. And usually people meet people in there that take that right when they get out, they do shit that they shouldn't do. It's crazy. Prison.
Yeah, it's a fucked up system for sure. A system that like is getting sometimes paid for inmates, subsidized.
Oh no, when you have private prisons, it's all that's tax money. They
It's a
figured
whole
that's
industry,
like,
right? I mean,
yeah,
not
some
only that, I
serious
mean,
shit. It's like weapons.
subsidiary industries from food to supplies
Oh, you
to,
have to look
you
at
know,
every single aspect. Jobs for the people that come there.
right,
They
right,
open up.
which are who? Like Hanes, Fruit of the Loom, Old Navy, all these companies where people buy very cheap clothing. Where's that made? It's made in prisons by cheap American
Great.
labor, because that's what they have found is affordable labor. And why you can buy your $9.99 pair of jeans at Old Navy is because you've got people in just to get out of their cells, right, Mr. Delisi? You
Exactly.
have to work or you're stuck hanging around riffraff.
Yeah, they paid him like 33 cents a day.
Jesus Christ. Think about this. How many do you think are working full-time hours? Like, is it 1 million in the US? Is it 2 million prisoners working full-time hours at 33 cents
Oh
a
yeah,
day?
and they're working for 30 cents a day.
Dude,
Yeah,
think of the monetization of that. That's like 20 million hours plus a day of slave labor.
I think
I had
a
a friend of
million is
mine.
a really small number of how many prisoners are working.
I think so too.
Oh
But
no,
I like to be
probably
pragmatic.
three quarters of the prison system, they're working.
Yeah, a friend of
They're either
mine did.
rebuilding highways. They're making clothes. They're making license plates. They're out cleaning up the neighborhoods. I mean, do you know how
Imagine if you could
hazardous work?
value a life at 30
A
cents a
friend of
day.
mine, a
Dude,
friend of
that's
mine in
terrifying.
Colorado did his time. They did tilapia fish, and they were selling it to Whole Foods as organic for pennies on the dollar, because they were able to just monitor the ponds. And
Dude,
my
that
friends
is
exposed
super
it.
evil.
Yeah, so they're even into food now, so that they can make affordable, fish for people to purchase.
Oh, the state in Florida, they have their own fish farms.
Yeah, that's
And
what he was
the
just talking.
best part is we don't eat any of the fish, the prisoners. Is that something? They have fish
That's about
farms,
right.
I
and
don't
we
know
don't
how
eat
he
any of them.
survived so well. Like when he got out, I don't know how, because he had a lot of health ailments in prison, right? But it's when he got out, we slowly like weaned him off all his medication and like got him on healthier foods and healthier like regimens. And it's just a trip. Like I'm like, how did he live off that shit for 32 years?
You got to
Like
remember, I came.
the Mahoney bologna
He's a
sandwiches.
tough bastard from Brooklyn. That's how.
Yeah, I came out weighing 218. I'm 165 now.
Holy shit. Detoxed.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of carbs, right? They feed you a lot of carbs in there.
shitty, the worst carbs. Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, I tried so hard not to eat the food, but sometimes you have to. I mean, right on the boxes, it said not for human consumption. On the box that they're feeding you out of.
Jesus
Is that
Christ,
unbelievable?
what?
And I'm not just saying that. My friend, my roommate, actually has pieces, the torn off corner of the boxes, because his friend worked in the kitchen. And he told me, yeah, get me some of that stuff. And when he left the prison, he had it stuck in some of his paperwork, and he got all that stuff out of prison with him.
Talking about Sean.
Yeah, Sean Best. Shout out to Sean Best. That's my bro.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So it's just I mean, we all know it, but it's overall not a good place. They're just not doing it good. It's like there's a certain group of people that want to be prison guards or run prisons or control people in that level. And I'm not sure if you could have a consciousness at a certain level and like, how do you do that? How do you feed people
Worse,
food
bro.
that's not fit
I'm
for?
telling you, I remember going to visit my dad, it's my sister, and she had jeans that had like a little tear in the knee, like a little tear like that big and maybe like that wide. And I remember we drove 4 hours, 3 hours in total to go see my pops, and she had to sit in the car in the parking lot for the whole visit. And that's his daughter. Like, no, she can't come in with that little rip in the jeans, that nick in the jeans violates. That's too much sexy. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I'm there only once out of like the 5 times I went to visit him, because I didn't visit him much. Yeah, I didn't even want to go visit him that day because my sister had to sit in the car. But I went. We sat there. We it was like crazy, you know?
It's just a mind fuck psyop.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's the best. Yeah.
You know, they love in the visitor park, they love coming up with anything to make your visit miserable,
Brutal.
especially in the state places. Now, the private prisons are a little different, but not much, you know, because the private prisons are more, they're looking to see what they can get out of what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the problem is, and this is just an opinion I'm basing on my thoughts right now, is that there are probably a small percentage of people, you were there, not me, you could speak to this better than I could, that maybe deserve to be in the harshest prison conditions that you could create. Like a small percentage of sociopathic people that are unsafe to be around people, or even will try to kill guards, and on it goes. But like the
Yes.
majority of the people in prison aren't that. They could be living on a farm and like growing vegetables and fucking caring for animals and
That's
stuff.
that
Like,
the what you're saying right there is the main reason why gangs exist in a prison. Because
right.
like if they really used the people that like did crimes that fit and put them somewhere where they worked and they actually were productive, they would just become people good back in society. But there's some kind of system that they're like, hold on, wait up, we're gonna catch them right here, throw this into their mind and see how they react as mild sociopaths back in nature. You
It's
know,
the
it's
most
crazy.
sick and twisted system, dude, from the
Yeah.
foundation of it, right? Like I think of Deer Creek, Indiana, Grateful Dead tour, go free for 3. So they ask you to find them acid, then they bust you. They bring you into the van that's like on the property, and they say, if you go get us 3 people, you can go free. And that's like the foundation. Yeah, dude, go free for 3. Trust me, deadheads know. It's fucking frightening that that mentality exists where you're gonna like, and it's terrible because they'll go up to people who are holding up a finger looking for a miracle, and they'll be like, hey, I got a ticket, but I just want like a hit of acid. And then the person, it might not ever have done acid, might not even be into acid, but they'll go find you acid and get
And
them
then they're
that tab, and then it's well, bam, dude. Now you're serving this time. That guy, who's a friend of mine, who did not go free for 3, he did 2 3/4 years. He got sent home. This was for 1 tab of ecstasy. Actually, he got sent home to Oregon, and months later they called him up and said, "We need you to come back for another 111 days or something like that." And he went and he found out that every day that he was in there, they were getting paid. He found out that the judge and the prosecuting attorneys are private owners in the prison system in Indiana, which I was just like, this can't be a real story,
that's
dude. This
insane.
is
That's
fucking
fucking insane.
mental.
Yeah, that's insane. That's fucking crazy as fuck, dude.
So
Yeah.
that's a
We had
big
a similar
obstacle to
thing
fight.
happen, Marcus, in 1990. My wife and I went to the Deer Creek Grateful Dead show. We had a person with us who did not have a ticket, and she did have a sign in my car saying she was looking for a ticket, and an undercover knocked on the window, said, "Hey, I have a ticket for you. What do you have to trade for it?" And all she had was her head stash, which I think was just mushroom cap, maybe a joint, maybe a hit of acid. Yeah, and for those three things, she basically got the cuffs thrown on her, totally fucked up her life. We had to go on. This was the '90s, so the next shows were in Tinley Park, which was Brent's last shows. But we tried to get her out, but they set bail so high that we couldn't afford to get her out, and it totally fucked up her life from that point forward. So I totally agree with you on the Deer Creek thing. It was an entrapment thing.
And you know what? It didn't just destroy her; it destroyed everybody around her
The
too.
family, yeah, yeah.
Everybody, not just family, like friends. Everybody. And they don't even think about that. I mean, if Richie says there's like 60,000 now in there, how many millions of families are getting affected by that?
Yeah, it's
Their
astronomical.
kids committing suicide because they can't have their dad, and all kinds of
No,
crazy
I
shit.
went to I went to the Last Prisoners Project Gala, September 23rd in New York. And it was wild to be in a room full of everybody trying to do something. But the weirdest part of it was meeting other children and of prisoners that they were still fighting to get out. And I was trying to instill that hope in them, like, listen, because they were like looking at me like, wow, you're like the success story. I'm like, listen, I'm like, please just stay focused, because now is the time. And this will be a restitution situation for you if you just stay focused and stay true to yourself and stay true to your family. So that was so wild to think about, because a lot of the time when I'm living my life, I'm not thinking that shit's happening anymore. And then there's those moments that get brought back to it where it's like that, and when I talked to Rashida, I just started crying because she was around my daughter's age, and I was thinking she hadn't seen her dad in 17 years. So I was just immediately like put back in my moment, and she was like, "Why are you crying?" I was like, "Oh man, because I'm seeing my daughter's eyes in you, and thinking if I didn't have her for 17 years, how that would have felt. And my dad's right there free. So it really is a trip, and I'm glad we're on the road to change, because
it's kind of weird that they don't allow drug cases to be in the Innocence Project, but they don't.
No, and they've always, I mean, early on when I was in the Cannabis Action Network, 93, 94, we were meeting all kinds of families and victims. And as you said, Mr. Delisi, ripples. Those ripples go so far and so wide, and how many friend structures lost not only one friend but a series of friends just because they went off for a concert and then nobody heard from them again. They were literally, it was all over the country. It was like mass disappearances of families, friends, brothers, sisters, uncles, nephews, grandfathers, fathers, sons, absolutely just horrible. And
and every time they locked the real one up, that the people that dealt with that real one had to go find other people, and most of the time they didn't find another real one. They got locked up too.
And more ripples, and which turned into waves, which turned into, again, a lot of fodder for the drug war. And sadly, over time, they realized that the cost does not meet the reality that they expected.
It's
But
senseless
it cost how
suffering.
many decades of lives? I mean, of your PTS, I can still hear in you, Rick, and your father as well, because of the layers of pain, agony, and traumas that you have been through. How many birthdays, Christmases, holidays did you miss that you hoped, that you dreamed that one day that was a possibility? And Mr. Delisi, how many days did you sit in there after getting 98 years wondering if you would ever taste freedom, much less hug your son again? I mean,
I
that
know,
had to be some of the worst fucking feelings in the goddamn world.
no doubt about it, but you can't let that stuff eat at you. That's why I'm home and I don't feel anything ill-minded for what happened to me while I was away. I gave it up to God, and I let God handle that. I'm just trying to do the best thing I can now for my family and my corporation. I'm trying to make sure that when I leave, everybody will be okay. And that's a very important thing for me, because I wasn't there for them 32 years. I want to be
We'll be
remembered.
right back. I'm grabbing.
I want to be remembered for all that,
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure you will be. It's quite a story, and it's still going. So I like that. I like that it's still going. I like that you're out and able to enjoy your family. And really, what I'm really impressed with is that you've let all of that go. Not a lot of people could let that go. They'd carry it like a hot potato, and it would damage them and probably slowly kill them.
The
And
thing
there,
is, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't I don't feel remorse for anything that happened, right? I just let it go. Like I said, I gave it up to God. Like, let God handle that, you know. But I mean, there's so many people who are trying to help me. I mean, just like you guys right today. I mean, this is going to help me a bit. It's gonna benefit all of us, and it's going to make the world a better place to live. And for all of us that like to smoke every day and have fun and do good things for this planet, that's what it's all about. I mean, you don't have to have billions of dollars. All you need is an income, and everything's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
100%,
Very
man.
true. It's just good to be it's good to be grateful. It's good to understand the perspective of gratefulness, because sometimes people can get entitled and spoiled. And I think that from all the people I meet in the world, the people who have been through hardships have a core strength that's very different from people that were protected from hardships, and I
Right.
don't wish,
Right.
insane
I
hardships. Go ahead, please.
I still live in the hood. Got a banana, huh, Rich? I'm in the hood
Yeah.
right now as we're speaking.
Nice.
No.
It's my hood, but I like it.
Well, that's where you want to be. You want to be in the hood that's yours and the one that you like.
For sure.
Yeah, he's very attached to Florida.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him to Hawaii.
Yeah, I guess that couldn't be any further away, could it?
yeah, speaking of Florida, they've got a vote coming up next
Thank
week
you.
on an
Thank you.
initiative there that I see on your hat, sir. You want to educate us?
Excuse me?
You want to educate us on 3?
Oh, say yes
Yeah.
on 3, yes. If you do say yes on 3 and you are in Florida and you actually are watching this broadcast, if you say yes on 3, you don't have to worry about your neighbor or your cousin or your brother or your father going to prison for having marijuana in their home anymore. They can have up to 4 ounces. If
3
you
ounces.
yes on 3.
Yeah, 3 ounces.
Oh, it's 3?
3 ounces.
Yes. Yes on 3. But yeah, it's also about the legalization of recreational cannabis for adults and
In the
adult
state of
use Florida, in the state of Florida. So yeah, I've seen a lot of things misconstrued about it also. Talking about it doesn't allow home grow. It's an amendment. Each amendment in Florida has one purpose, and the purpose is to legalize cannabis for adults recreationally. Yeah.
So
Yes,
vote
So
on 3.
I definitely support that.
Absolutely.
Yes on 3.
Listen, anything that for me, for cannabis, whatever you want to call it, legalization, I don't know how much of a legalization it was, but the minute they allowed us to have it, and now all of a sudden the smell could exist without incurring a search. That was kind of the game changer. You know, the fact that like you could have weed, it was like, oh no, you can, like in Canada, you can just smoke it like at the airport out in front of the airport doors. There's like a sign that says you can smoke weed here before you get on your plane and stuff. So it's like there's no longer this power that the police had when anytime they smelt weed, they could just get into people's houses and cars and bags and personal shit. And so here in Canada, that was really, I guess, when medical cannabis became a thing in early 2000s because well, first of all, it was there's this medical thing that sort of protects you from the police asking you if you have, you know, what your ailment is. You're not really allowed
Yeah.
to ask people in Canada what, you know, it's why I was so confused during COVID when people would start asking people if they were vaccinated, because it's like it's a very personal question and it's not like any of your business. But people use that question to divide, as they always do.
In America, all the police had to do was say they smelled it. They didn't have to smell it. They just said they smelled it.
Yeah, that's even worse.
A lot of the time that was the case. Yeah.
Well, that power is taken away from them as well now that you can have the smell of cannabis exist in society without, you know, incurring a search.
Yeah. And I'm pretty much in favor of any legislature that you know encourages the possibility of not being infringed on like that, you know. So it's like that's why I support it, because it's like, yo, I remember being an adult and being searched for cannabis in Florida, and I remember getting locked up for it, and it sucked, you know what I mean? So it's like that's one of the reasons why I left Florida, why my mother forced me to leave Florida. So it's just to know that it could be possible for people that's not, you know, a probable situation as much anymore. I don't think it'll just stop, because you always have the gung-ho cops that don't want to let go of whatever, and you know, but I mean, like on a big scale, it will help people.
But it's also a contentious law because, as you stated, amendments can only be one particular thing.
Yeah.
And the problem, of course, is people are saying, oh, well, Trulieve is going to get a monopoly out of this, et cetera, et cetera. And this is where people need to be reminded of California's failures, right? We passed our law in 2016 and with Prop 64 that was supposed to allow for, and it was written in the law to allow for small farmers 5 years to get a foothold before big business came in.
Yeah.
And it was lobbied and changed in the state of California to not be the case where they opened up. So what I'm basically saying is to you Floridians out there, with this amendment changes happening, is this is where now, if it passes and it changes, you have to be at your state capitol watching what happens to make sure you get the law you want, not the one that they tell you you're gonna have. This is where it goes back to that discussion. Are you at
100%.
the table or are you on the menu? And by showing up and being there, what is it? Is it what's the state capital there? Jacksonville?
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee. Okay, so Tallahassee, you know, people need to get there and consistently be there once the law passes to make sure that there isn't shenanigans, because there's going to be lobbyists, there's going to be people behind the scenes, and this is where Floridians need to get off your asses, not stop complaining and contribute. Otherwise, you're going to get like what California has, which we're not happy what we got in the end, because not enough of us showed up to help make the change, that the little things happen, that enough things happen that those small farmers did not get that opportunity. Big farming came in. We got a bunch of bulk mid-grade crap that no longer is small craft grade quality, artisan quality cannabis that we used to see. So, you know, just realize our fuck ups. Be vigilant in Florida.
Exactly
don't settle on what you're given. Okay, is what I'm saying.
The big way to solve that is is by allowing home cultivation. If you have home cultivation of, 5 or 10 plants, whatever it is, then the government can't make you buy bunk weed.
Yeah.
Something happened in New York like this where, we try, everyone tries to look at all these markets and learn from it, but you never quite get it right. And it was a situation where it was a cart before the horse kind of thing, where everyone had these licenses, so they decided to plan all this stuff. Whether or not that was the right thing to do is another conversation, but there was no real retail structure for it. And then that just got wildly out of hand. And now there's over 200 and some odd stores, and it's a market that's starting to thrive. But it takes a time, but it took a lot of people coming to Albany, like you're saying, ATN, to really bring their voice to the table, to put it out there and really demand, not just they didn't just say it, they demanded a better system. So we've
in New York, are you allowed to home grow?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Okay.
It's not a whole lot of plants, but it's enough, I think, to get
It's a start. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can
I
walk
will
down the
say this
street and
about
smoke a joint, skunk man. You can actually walk down the street in New York and smoke a joint wherever cigarette smoking is allowed. I was literally
amazing.
just in New York there, and as I was smoking a joint with Rob Clark and Mojave, the cop drives by and waves at us.
They
Yeah.
wave
That is
at you. It's crazy.
Wave
They
at me,
wave at you,
which is
or
a
they're like
complete. You have to
thumbs up.
understand, Rick. You have to understand.
It's
The
the
last
opposite.
time I smoked a joint in New York was with the High Times crew, hiding behind the dumpsters, looking out just in case the cops came by, so we didn't end up in fucking Rikers for the weekend. So that's a total 180 from my previous experience in New York to now standing there on the open street openly smoking. Fucking love it. I can't even do that in California.
You can't do it in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
The key is what you just said, Etienne, is that people need to stop complaining and take action. If they do that, they'll gain what they want. A lot of people are using chat and comments and just saying really dumb shit and weird TikTok. Like it's so off key to what's really happening that it's like, wow, you could talk about the monopoly of a business that's successful a lot, but there's a lot of licenses in Florida and they're going to keep growing. It's really about the next step of action and people not complaining and the community coming together to achieve what they want to achieve. And also not letting TikTok hate and misinformation get in the way of what's really being done, because that happens a lot.
And join organizations that are there supporting cannabis. And if there isn't one there, create one. Okay. That's what we did with CAN. That's why we created the NCIA. That's why I created the Veterans Action Council, National Cannabis Industry Association, and others, because it didn't exist. So it doesn't exist. Okay. So create it, nurse it, and make it a reality. We've done it. We've shown you it can be done. So quit complaining, as he said, because Rick could have sat back and just complained about missing his dad, but he got off his ass and did something about it. And now, look, we're all sitting together, smoking and enjoying life because he didn't settle for what was there. He dreamed past
so much,
that
brother.
and put. No, thank you, and thank your dad, and your dad thanks you because
I thank my dad more than anything, because he's
we
the
can
strong
talk
one.
about it, but the action is what you're saying isn't following up people's writing. Okay, it's one thing we had more than enough people who would say, I'm going to show up at this rally, I'm going to show up and do this, but only 1 in 10 did. Okay, and it takes a special person to finally show up. Why? Because that person didn't want to show up at the rally because either they were a dealer connected to a dealer, didn't want access to their dealer to be a problem because they're seen at a rally. Those were realities back in the day that are no longer considerations because enough of us got off our asses and shift the paradigm. And we're not happy with where we are, right? We're glad we're better where we were, but we know we can do better and have a better place tomorrow, right? So get off your asses, people, plug in, get active, get involved, and then enjoy the reality you create from it. Otherwise, you'll settle for what you're given.
So I have a question for you guys. I want to ask you both, from your different perspectives. Tell me the story of, okay, it's starting to happen. You're getting out. You're about, for you, Richard, you're about to see your family. You're about to get out of prison for the first time in 32 years. Walk us through that.
With me, when I was told that, I started to tell you the story about how it happened. With me, when I was told that, I felt like it wasn't real at first, I felt like, how could this be? How did this happen to just me and everybody else is not going to get helped? This was my train of thought when I first heard all of this. And I said, God, I'm going to be able to hang out with my grandchildren and be with my kids again, and be able to try to survive out there again. Because it was a whole new thing now. The world was so changed in them 32 years. I mean, I couldn't even find my old house that I lived in, that Richard lived in when he was a baby. I had a problem finding a house because the neighborhood had changed so much,
Yeah.
The sight of it, the way they did all their architecture again, they changed it so much. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And it was just the best.
If I it's a trip, because if I can remember back to that moment where it all started to really happen, it was just funny. It was like that. It was a lot what he just said, like not believing it might, like almost like it couldn't really be really happening. But then, getting the house where he was going to stay, making sure I had the tickets for the whole family, setting that all up, and like kind of making a cushion for him to come into. And then him giving me his list. He had this list of all these things he wanted, when he got out. Bro, it was like, I said, at a certain time, I said, Pop, bro, are you fucking tripping? And he kept coming with more shit. And I was getting it all. Like I had a fucking carry-on suitcase for him when he got out. Like it was crazy. The cigar, fucking, I mean, he didn't ask. Funny enough, he didn't ask me for weed, but I had like a quarter-pound there. And I had like chosen a few different flavors that I really liked and had them shipped to my boy in Florida. So when he got out, I like sat with him and I was like, the first night after everything calmed down, because it was a whirlwind, bro, from the news reports to the first meal to then him seeing his grandkids and then sitting down with him at the pool in the back of the house. I remember rolling up like a good like 2 gram special joint, it was like my favorite weed at the time. And I said, hey, Pops, hit that. What do you think? And bro, it was so funny. His eyes lit up. It was like, he was like, oh, you got one rolled like that? And then I showed him the weed, and then we sat there and smoked, and he just kept hitting it and tasting it and being like, holy shit. Like he was like, what the fuck is that? Like it was a trip, bro. That to me was like probably the most surreal days of my whole life.
I can't
like
even
it just,
imagine, dude.
it felt so
So
wild.
where was it when you first saw each other, where he's leaving the facility? Is it right there, or is he getting transferred?
There was about 60 people waiting for his release in the parking lot. So Last Prisoner Project showed up. Shout out to everybody at Last Prisoners Project that came. Champelli showed up, like my good friend came out, and there was a film crew. There was like all his brother and his sister's husband. There was a lot of people just waiting on the release in front of the prison, which was crazy because at first it was like, oh, he's getting out at 8, and then it was like he's getting out at 9. Oh, and now it's 9:30. But when 9:30 came, dude, I wish I could share a video in this. Can I share a video in this?
Yeah, I can let you share a
I don't
video.
know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think I got like a video of him walking out. Actually, it will take me a minute to find
It's
it,
pretty
but it's
easy.
pretty fucking.
Yeah, you just open it in its own box, you click share, and you'll be able to see a bunch of different screens and just pick the one that's that box you opened.
Okay.
So this is at
Go ahead, you guys
now
talk.
9:30. Is that what this is around? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
9:30,
hold on.
you'll see me coming out of the back gate with my housing sergeant,
I can't figure it out. I'm on my
pushing
phone. Hold on.
a thing with
and
all my stuff.
what did that feel like when you stepped on the outside of that door?
It felt like I was alive again. It felt like all my prayers were answered. And I was looking and I could see my grandkids and my brother and my sister, I could see everybody in the parking lot. My daughter, my son, everybody was out there, and all the people that backed me, all the Last Prisoners Project people were out there. The girls, the lawyers that worked for the Last Prisoners Project, they were all out there, and so many of my friends came from New York and California, and I mean all over the world. Actually, they came from just to be in that parking lot.
Well, they hadn't seen you in what, almost 12,000 days?
Yeah,
Yeah.
32 calendar years.
Jesus Christ.
It's only letting me share photos.
You
I'm
should
trying.
be able to.
I'm
How
gonna
are you
keep looking. Hold on. Let me just check. I went to share at the bottom,
Yeah.
and it says
But
iCloud Drive, website URL, or screen. I'll just share my screen. Hold on.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
know
that's
it's
it. You have to
crazy.
share your screen. That's exactly it. Sorry.
I'll do that. Screen broadcast, and then I go to the photos. 1 second.
Oh, wow. You're doing all this on a phone.
Yeah. Sorry,
That's okay.
but it's easy because I could go straight to the day.
Oh, wow. You bet you remember that day.
Yeah, for sure.
December 8th.
I was gonna cook.
So here's
Become
a
like a
little.
new
I think
birthday.
here's like a time lapse.
Oh,
Hold on, let me get to the voice. This is it right here. So this is pretty much the experience. Shit, I never shared this with nobody, so let's see if it plays. I think it's downloading. Give it a second.
No problem.
Thank you for sharing.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be
Yeah,
a
you
lot
guys
of
can
fun.
talk on.
Delisi. Oop, you're
So
dead.
there
Stephanie. I was just about to ask.
Here we
We're
go.
all walking. That's my daughters. That's me with my daughter and my wife's in front of me.
Dude, you must have butterflies in your stomach.
Oh no, I can't even explain. And then that's Kiara Juster. She fought to get him out. That's his buddy right there. There we go.
Wow.
That's it.
Oh, shit, dude.
Yeah, that was it. And there is another one here. Hold on, I want to show you. Sorry, I'm gonna flip around a little bit because there is one where you see him fucking actually walk out. I think it's no, hold on. It's a shame. I don't know the exact video. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. Here, y'all live it up. Check this shit the fuck out. First time ever brought it besides it's
And
gonna
so
download.
was he in this prison the entire time?
This and one other. I think he got moved around a little bit, but it was
Okay.
mainly this prison, right, Pop?
There goes the gate. That's when my heart started beating.
Oh my God. Like you just like they're
That's
gonna
when you knew it was real, right? That when the gate was opening, it was all talk, but this was the action.
Bro,
That's Papa. It's Papa.
It's Papa.
yeah,
Yeah, dude.
we call him Pop, like Grandpa.
Papa. Yeah.
So that's everybody.
Jeez.
That's Mary Bailey. bro. Sorry it took so long to get on here and show you this.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me, man? I've just been happy watching the show. This is amazing, dude. Look at
Yeah,
the
that's
fucking barbed
already
wire.
prison.
That is.
That's a maximum security prison.
Oh,
Mr. Delisi, tell us what you're feeling right here as the gate opens. That has to be, it's all real now.
My life began right now.
here's your papers.
My
Unbelievable.
heart was beating so hard right there. I thought it was going to come out of my chest.
Jeez, you're just hoping please don't like explode right now.
And from that right there, that's the walk. Like after that, we all walked over there, like I showed you,
Oh man. That's
So-
awesome.
Yeah, brother, there you go. Let me get back to that's emotional, man. It's crazy.
Really nuts.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So how do I get back to this? I'm gonna stop the share.
This gave me that lovely feeling again inside of my chest, you know?
Wow. I just
Like,
can't even really imagine.
is this for real? And look at
It's
this.
definitely a movie. Like that's a movie that's gonna touch some people.
Yeah, brother. Thank you. Thank you for
That
helping me.
scene they shouldn't change.
Now
That scene they shouldn't change.
actually all of y'all are all a brick in my wall, you know? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. It's been a long journey, much longer for you, but I'm just happy to see. I don't want to call it a happy ending because it's not an ending, just a happy continuance.
Yeah. It's been an amazing time getting to know my dad, you know?
Oh,
yeah.
dude,
Sure.
can't imagine. It's good that good exists, and the world needs more of it.
And Rick,
Yeah.
you didn't broadcast this before, but
Nah.
you did show it me at my house.
Yeah, for sure. I remember.
Of course, Skunk Man Sam got the
Sam, come on, Sam. I miss
Dude,
you, bro.
He's so awesome.
I'm so glad I'm gonna get to see you. Yeah, it's weird being away from Amsterdam for so long. Definitely miss you guys.
Are we going to end this soon? Is that what we're doing now? No, right?
Not necessarily. We usually go for 4 hours. We're
people
here
like
for
can
all your
fade out or
stories.
come in, do
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
You know?
No one has to stay, but everyone can stay, and yeah, just chatting around. And I love to hear the stories. I love to hear, I just love to hear things go in a good direction after going in a very terrible, maybe the worst direction ever for so long.
Hey, Marcus, could I ask Rick a question just about the law
Please.
down in Florida? So, Rick, looks like Florida is like game on for the hemp industry, right? I mean, there's still, again, really deep pockets down there that are making these hemp-derived products that are probably going everywhere else but Florida. Do you think this law is going to affect what's going on in that hemp-derived arena, which is really kind of like the 800-pound, now I do mean gorilla, like the animal gorilla in the room, right?
So yeah, about that, it's funny. That's the thing I wanted to mention. I'm really glad you just brought that up because I forgot it and I wanted to mention it before when we were talking about Yes on 3 and got like into another subject. But the most barrage of people that go against me are on my thoughts on Yes on 3 are all hemp community based, you know, because there's a big hemp farming and money making machine in Florida. And I think that the problem that they're having is more going to be a federal issue because federally, I think that hemp is being looked at now and understood of the chemical processing that goes on and how it's handled and what it's turned into and what you can make out of it. I mean, probably federally, it's going to be attacked, I would think. And I think that a lot of hemp farming is going to be changed the way it's done. It's going to have to be a more organic approach and less of a processing approach. You know, I'm not totally keyed in on it because I don't work in the hemp industry, but I'm talking about what I'm seeing from a distance and just watching it, you know, and hearing everybody's attacks and stuff like that, because everybody is quite against yes on three who's hemp business related, you know. So I don't know how that ties in Florida, because Florida's its own it's like its own country in a certain way. It's weird. So
Well,
everything the United what?
it's the truth.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like everything what other states are doing, it's like doing in its own way, but it controls a lot of itself, you know, and the way it's doing things. So I guess that when you recreationally legalize cannabis, that there's going to be less want for THC products, correct? Because there's going to be recreational cannabis access everywhere, so people are going to
If
be
we
like,
can make it as cheap as they can, if it can be
yeah,
produced, because people, it's always about how much THC and how little can I pay, right? That's like
Well,
yeah,
and access to, Marcus. So like,
access to.
you could go on the internet right now, Rick, and I believe 2 clicks after saying you're 21, they're asking you for your credit card information. So I mean,
yeah,
it's yeah, and Marcus, you bring up a great point. Cheap. I mean, right now, those hemp derived beverages, which are in liquor stores in places like Minnesota, which is now allowed hemp derived products to be sold next to alcohol and booze. Um, that's being produced at a whole lot less than having to get a cannabis license, having to have background screens on all your
understood, yeah,
employees,
understood. So
all,
I
all,
get I
all of
get where
that.
it's
So,
coming from.
so do you think? I mean, I thought like Florida, because it seems like there is a lot of money in this industry. I could tell you, Rick, I've seen small little video clips inside. I think they're in the Tampa area or around Tampa. And these are warehouses that are like 50,000 square foot warehouses, 3 pallet racks high of finished goods, man. And you don't do that unless you got deep pockets. And I think that like there was a notion that somehow, I think this, what wasn't DeSantis going to do something about the hemp derived thing, but he waffled on it. And somehow now
Yeah,
this
yeah. You know,
free thing is running into it.
I'm so not up on what really is happening with DeSantis and like government in Florida, because of how quickly it's persuaded by like money or a situation just shifting. So it's very weird for me to watch politics. That's what I was just talking about. It's like its own country where it's like it's where the America idea comes from in a certain way. It's just like, holy shit, how does this function this way? But it does, you know? And the market is so big that I could imagine like, yeah, like I think it really breaks down a lot to what I said, is that if cannabis is legally recreational, there's going to be the markets are going to shift in such crazy ways, you know, and people who really have it locked in with licensing and their corporation already set up with points of sales and all that are definitely going to benefit more. Do I think it's a monopoly? No, I think it's a structure that's following a structure that's following a structure, you know. And at a certain point, like the kind of processing you have to do with hemp products to make them strong as cannabis is dangerous, and I think that that's being looked at and that that's starting to be understood. And I think that it will definitely have impacts on that industry though. I mean, hemp will be fucking gouged, you know. But if you're using hemp for hempcrete or rope or hemp for paper or hemp for clothing, maybe not, you know what I mean? But I think if you're just using it for that one processing property, I think there'll definitely be new approaches, you know. It's like, yeah, I think that also it's yeah, I never worked with hemp, honestly, so just learning about it recently, how it's processed and all that from being an extractor, was kind of shocking to me.
Mark
Well,
Stone, the under the Farm Act is how this THCA thing came around. being synthesized from CBD, isn't it technically illegal to do any sort of synthesization with the CBD?
Yeah, I mean, but there's been
Loopholes, like
something called an IFR, which is, oh God, this initial ruling that the DEA put out that basically said, it was actually interesting because Rod Kite, who's known for being an attorney to represent some of these hemp companies, basically stirred up the shitstorm by having a letter issued by the DEA claiming that THCO or THC acetate is, because it's synthesized, Sam, is illegal. But in that letter, they also said, well, and the fact that you're making this from Delta 9 THC or Delta 8 THC, both of those are also Schedule 1 substances listed by name in the Controlled Dangerous Substance Act. The THCA sort of pseudo loophole is just for those of you who read the Farm Bill, you'll see that they don't say anything about THCA. It's all about THC, but it's implied that you're using a test that decarboxylates the cannabis. It would turn any THCA into THC. So therefore,
active, yeah.
high THCA cannabis is not hemp at all. It's cannabis. And Rick, it's so funny to hear you talk about hemp. Hemp and cannabis are the same fucking plant, man. I mean, it just
No,
like,
I know.
it,
It's just that I didn't know how it was being chemically processed with heptane to
yeah,
derive certain properties or things like that. I all learned about that lately when I started
right.
getting into the hemp market and thinking if I wanted to work with it. And then I realized like I really don't, because I tried the products and the effect that I had from that synthesis was not what I craved or liked, you know?
Right.
So it was like, okay, that's really a weird feeling that makes me feel completely fucking estranged to cannabis. You know what I mean? And I don't want to promote it because I feel bad for people who don't really understand how cannabis works, that they're going to think that that's cannabis. And that's fucked, dude. That's like going against everything that made me love cannabis, you know? So I don't, when they're hating on me with their fucking TikTok posts and shit, I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like I don't sell shit in I don't sell shit in a gas station to people who think they want to try cannabis. I'm trying to curate for people who really love cannabis, flavor wise and extract wise and medicine wise, you know?
It's also not really hemp. Hemp is clothing and fiber and stuff like
Yes,
that. What we're
that's
talking about
very
is
good point.
low THC flower. Okay,
Right.
people, this is what we're realistically
Yeah.
talking about. Hemp is the jeans and stuff and the canvas that's stretched and all of that, right? Whereas
I get what you're saying, Mark, coming back to that.
These flowers, how are they grown? They're not grown like industrial hemp, which is $1 million
Right.
to a couple million per square meter. No, they're spacing them and they're growing them like a drug varietal,
Drug variety,
is they're
increasing
growing it for
canopy.
the flower. Whereas in hemp, we
Trichome.
don't care. The flower has no meaning to anybody's
Right.
reality except for the seed. Everybody's going it for something else. That was the latter effect.
Not
that
only
came
that, Ed Chen,
later.
but the truth of it is, of course, that any variety of CBD that's over 10%, not only is it not hemp, but it also has more THC than is legally allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
we keep saying THC and CBD, but it's really THCA and CBDA, right? It's the acid
Yeah,
form.
my bad.
Ding, ding,
My
ding,
bad.
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Well, we're all saying it, but I mean, it's short form, but I think we got to be clear for the people watching, right?
Yeah, thank you
It's-
for straightening that out.
It's CBDA that's synthesized into THCA. They're closing that third ring structure. Yeah, Rick, man, dude, it's so good to see you. And you know, I've been watching the journey since you told me this story in Amsterdam, and I can't tell you how much it fills my heart seeing you and your dad on the show and watching those videos. And I'm sure the people that are watching in the audience too, dude. It's fucking incredible, man. It's like it's obviously it's a win personally for you guys, but I had this like real sense of heart swelling up, you know, like this is a sample of a win that on a war that we've been fighting for 30 plus years, right? 40 years of prohibition. And I want to tell you how happy I am for you and your dad. It's a beautiful story, and watching those videos is amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, brother. Respect.
And 2025 is
see you too.
actually the 50th
Thank
year. In 2025 is the 50th year of people fighting against cannabis prohibition. So it's 100th centenary of prohibition in Europe. That will also be the 50th year of people fighting back against the system.
We were fighting back before 1975.
I understand that, and others were too, but for the world.
Yes.
You know, it's I know it's a personal win for you guys, but and we're not done this war. There's more prisoners in prison. I mean, look, stuck behind barbed wire for plant material. It's so absurd. But like,
Yeah, it
you
is.
know, to me, I know that's such a personal win for you guys, and I love that. But I also feel like it's a symbolic win, and I hope that puts some wins under the wings for other people, and we can keep getting these people out of prison. And you know, for one, stop wasting the money on it, but stop ruining people's lives. I mean, people are locked up in a fucking box behind bars, living their lives. Like, it's just, I love that you got your life back, Richard. I'm so happy for you, and I'm so happy for your family. It's like it almost brings me to tears. It's so amazing, dude. It's just amazing.
Respect, brother. Thank you.
I could see Ryan smiling when he came in and you were telling the story of puffing the joint with your dad and just loving the flavors. And I was like, oh yeah, Ryan's like,
I remember it was like it was biscotti and it was called 54, which was a RS 1154. I just remember going back and forth with him.
What an experience.
He was tripping, bro. He was tripping. He was like, what is this bag it's in? He was like, all fucking branded out. He's like, I was like, that's what I'm talking about, Pop. We're gonna have our weed in a bag like that, you know? He was like looking around. I just remember him tripping, dude. Like,
what was it like coming out and seeing the new flower? Like 30 years of evolution of cannabis.
Oh, Richie said before, you know, like when I seen it finally, I was like, you know, I seen some stuff inside, don't get me wrong, but nothing like, you know, the stuff from Amsterdam and Northern California. It was unbelievable. When I seen the buds and how the colors on them, you know, the purples and the yellow, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like they were like they just came out of
like, it looks like it's something frosted out of the freezer.
Yeah.
He's like, this thing looks like you just froze it. How did it stay icy? I was like,
yeah, that's awesome.
Man. Beautiful.
And what about dabs? Like some crazy rosin or full melt bubble?
So he does dab. He'll dab. Yeah, but his preference is flower because the whole process, you know. And I set him up with a dab rig, a Peak Pro, all that shit. But in the end, it's just like he likes to roll and smoke a joint, and that makes sense. That's what I like too. Like in a situation like this, I don't mind dabbing. I dab like this. I dab like when I have like a family day because I can't sit and smoke a joint around them. But like for the most, I smoke joints, you know.
Yeah, joint smoke.
Love flowers. Still love hash too.
Me too.
Well,
been making a lot of hash. I've been luckily linked up with a really good group out here. Shout out to my friends at Fire Farms. They make great organic flour and hash and sun grown, all KNF, fully organic.
Yeah, dude.
Amazement. So I've been learning a lot about the plant too. Like here, okay, hold up. This is just all. This is all
shit.
It's all just tree
that I just flower.
Yeah, some Pacololo, but then some exotic Pacololo, you know.
Yeah, dude.
But I've been learning how to grow flower properly, organically. It's been a great mission.
Well, you know what? That reminds me of we should have a discussion off camera about potentially like figuring out synergies for the brand because maybe there's some collaborations we can do.
100%.
I'm in like 8 or 9 states now. I'm sure I could probably introduce you to my partners, get you guys selling joints, then we do some extracts, we do some like Last Prisoner Project.
100%.
You know, fucking A, dude, that would be
parallels.
awesome.
Without a doubt.
So I want to bring it
Absolutely.
back to Mr. Delisi. You're now out. You're free. How long does it take you before you sit down and you're just like exhale and you realize you're free? This is life. This is gonna be life on the outside now. I mean, because there had to be a
You
lot of
have to realize,
a
see,
lot of
with
anxiety with you coming out, and you had expectations versus the realities that you experienced, right?
right, but you gotta remember this. Every day is a new experience for me now. I mean, we got a movie, we got a movie coming, we got a documentary coming, we got a book coming out, we got different products coming to the stores that we're associated with now, the True Leaf stores. Um, we're trying to get a full cabinet full of stuff in True Leaf, and like we want
Doing a
we
pheno hunt.
yeah, he did a pheno hunt, Richie did, but we want to spread out. We want to spread our wings now. We want to make sure that everybody in all the states know who we are, you know?
Well, I can
Tell 'em
certainly introduce you to my
what is
partners.
your age?
Excuse me?
How old are you? I'm 75.
75.
You're
You're both
75?
49ers. You're both 49ers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a
Ah,
49er.
Nice.
Well, I got a
So,
license in New York, boys. So let's let us know.
yeah,
I'm ready.
definitely.
Love to bring you home.
We're ready.
Yeah, we've been so my dad was super active in New York, so we've been working on New York and slowly just as it's really getting developed. But definitely like to come back to you on that and seriously talk about it because we're definitely busy.
Yeah,
He's like, I got yes, sir.
100%.
Acknowledge. Yes, sir.
Dude,
That
not
was-
only will Colin hook you up with a deal in New York, he'll score musically your movie and your documentary.
Oh, dude, I'm doing that, but I want to do it with you now. I'm
So
doing that, but I want to do it with you now.
let's talk.
Do me a favor,
Yeah.
if you guys got any time, check out delicioso.net. It just went live, and there's a button on it called Santa Marta Gold, and that has the trailer to the documentary on it. And at the end, that has my music on the trailer. It's just I did a couple songs for my pops when he was in. I'm an MC and a producer, but I definitely am looking for people to do that with. So that's dope as fuck. Respect.
Yeah, and I have like a great network of just other amazing producers that you'd probably know about or probably know of. So
So
yeah, let's
respect.
definitely Marcus put us, the
No, we're yeah.
yeah.
I'll
You
definitely
you know where to
stay in
find me.
contact.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, you do have a lot going on, but your story, it's got such rich context and such honest truth to it, and there's so much to learn from it. Especially
Yeah,
as
we're on a like organic um restitution journey. You know what I mean? Like that's basically the whole plot and ploy. So it takes time. I won't step into anything that feels awkward. Like I'll totally step back immediately. So I'm just trying to make sure that the story gets told at this point. And what's cool about the story being told is that it can be conjoined to marketing. So for business purposes, there's a lot of good aspect there. You know what I mean? Because I want to like, yeah, I'm gonna pretty much delve deep into that in the future. Mark over here with the guitar, man. I just see him. What's
I think
going on?
channeling Phil over here.
He wrote the Hash Church song. Rest in peace to Phil. We haven't even mentioned Phil all day today. We almost want to do a whole show just talking about Phil in the future, but I can say R.I.P. to Phil and
Some peace.
grooves he
Phil.
brought.
Yeah, the day before I got a shout out on the Grateful Dead show for our 25th anniversary.
Yeah,
And then the next day, because Mark actually hit me up. He texted, he's like,
I
"Hey, I
did.
just heard you get shouted out on the XM radio." I was like, "Oh
I
shit!"
I heard it driving home. Big Steve's show on XM radio is at 5 o'clock Eastern. And I was driving home and I heard Big Steve come on. And right when he came on, ATN, he goes, I want to shout out ATN, and he mispronounced your last name. But if so, that was on the live episode last week, which was Thursday evening. So if you want to listen to it again, ATN, you could listen to it live on the
Yeah.
XM channel on Wednesday morning. I think they redo the episode from last Thursday. But he shouted out you by name, again, mispronouncing your last name, but and BPG as being, the thing that got it all started in the Bay Area. And yeah, so cool to hear that. I pulled over to the side of the road and texted you immediately.
And then, unfortunately, then right afterwards, the worst news that no deadhead wants to hear, which is rest in peace, Phil. The tall, nice guy, but I mean, I didn't experience him as much as y'all did, but the influence and the ripples he had were vast.
Oh, he was just he reinvented the bass guitar for rock and roll. And like if you listen to him, he's kind of like Miles Davis or Elvis Presley or Chuck Berry. Everybody who came after Phil was influenced by Phil's playing, whether
Yeah.
directly or
Phil was
not.
brilliant.
Yeah, he was absolutely brilliant. And the one thing too, I mean, I don't know if you saw this later on, he was just so generous with his time and with fans. And he opened up that restaurant over there in San Rafael or in Sausalito there for many to come and basically see him play with his family band. I remember we went there for a brunch one day and he was there with his family playing, and he would go around and talk with people at the table. And he was just such a great, very approachable guy. And yeah, I mean, he was there since I guess he didn't start in the Warlocks. He came down after the Magoo's Pizza gigs where they started because Jerry knew that he was really into classical music and had scored all this other music. And they're like, hey, man, can you play? I guess the original bass player wasn't that good or wasn't holding his weight. So Jerry knew how talented he was, and he turned Jerry and Mickey and Billy all on the Coltrane and onto cool jazz. And yeah, it had such a big impact. And you can imagine again what Phil was going through when Miles Davis warmed up for the Grateful Dead at the Fillmore East in 1971 before the Fillmore East closed. And imagine, Phil seeing one of his heroes, Miles Davis, you know, warming up for them. I mean, it was just totally amazing. And yeah, everyone knows too,
Amazing.
he had some illnesses. He suffered, I think, suffering from either cirrhosis or liver damage, and have a liver transplant in 1998 from a kid named Cody. And for the rest of his professional playing career, he always had a sweatband on his right hand that said Cody, and always came out after the show and really encouraged everybody at the show to become organ donors, because the reason why he was standing on stage there was because someone said,
Organ.
I want to be
Wow.
an organ donor. So
Dude,
it's really,
I had a friend at one of the first shows Phil did that at. It was like maybe one of the first times he ever did that. And my friend was like so tripped out in his trip and experience that Phil was asking him to give up his organs that he just couldn't wrap his head around it. He was so high. He just didn't, it wasn't like he was against the concept. Later on, he was like, oh my God, but he was so fucking confused and left that show like, Phil wants me to give my organs away.
well, you got to think though, with Phil making that organ donor rap at so
Oh
many of his
yeah.
shows,
Oh
that it
yeah.
did actually convince people to become organ donors.
100%.
And one of my late friends who passed a number of years ago, Ron Morley, shout out to Ron. Um, I think his eyes were donated. His so many like there are people who are alive. I think I want to say this right, Sheila. I think there were 6 people alive who have organs donated from her late husband. And yeah, I mean, it's a real thing and it affects people. People are able to stay alive. Some people would probably slight Phil on saying, well, Phil was rich, and there's like a lot of people who probably need organ transplants who didn't have the money that Phil had. but Phil enriched all our lives so much. And he's 84 years old. Certainly he's been through a lot. So I think it's just a great thing that he's now joined Jerry and Brent and Pigpen and all those who, used to call the Grateful Dead their band. And
Guys are tripping my dad out.
they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing Grateful Dead music hundreds of years from now. It's going to be one of the real, bands whose music catalog stays throughout. I mean, their music today is more popular now than when Jerry died in 95. And I was on the train.
That's
I was
wild.
on the train from 77 to 95. And I'm telling you, if you go in any city, there's a Grateful Dead band playing somewhere. They're playing his music. There's large groups that are, playing his music. I don't know. I mean, I never thought we'd be here 30 years after Jerry's gone and his music would be more popular than it is.
I've rode with them for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just the music, it's also what he did for bass. What he and Alembic did together, I mean, literally changed the face of bass. I'm a bass player 40 years, so I mean, geez, I've always dreamed of having one of those, but they've always been one of those instruments that's always been just outside the realistic grasp. But I mean, the craftsmanship, and on top of that, with the technical abilities, go look at that old bass, that Alembic, with all those knobs and all the controls
Mission
that are
control,
now,
he called it. Mission
right,
control.
but that are now what are now pull buttons and little switches on your thing were all individual things that were absolutely trailblazing in bass availability and sound availability, right? Because it gave you different dimensions of sound that were different than just your standard, Fenders, plugged into, a Fender amp, which was that same vanilla sound. Now you could texturize and make your bass sound different in different parts of the sound just at the flick of a button, which was, I mean, to the regular person, you didn't realize it, but you sonically heard it, and it made a difference in your reality, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the wall sound for a second. I mean, Owsley Stanley designed the special microphone system that prevented the feedback system for them, which is an engineering feat in of itself at the time, and really pioneered live sound, in which where we're at today is really the basis of that ideology. So it's kind of amazing that through their innovations as a band and their desire to touch more people, they were inadvertently shaping the future of music. And that's just outside of them playing and touching their instruments and understanding inversion and all of the beauty and things that they could bring to the table with their instruments. So
totally,
to me, it's like it just goes and goes with the band, whether, like you said, whether you respect them as individual musicians or as a band or not. It's just all of the things that they've touched.
Well, also, Colin, the one thing I've said here on church a couple times, and I lived this. This was my life. It brought good bud from NorCal across the country, right?
Where I got my seeds from.
When you were growing up in suburban New York City, there was kind of like, you could go in the Upper West Side and get a little manila envelope that's full of brown Mexican weed, full of seeds and stems. But when you went to the Grateful Dead show, you smelled good NorCal bud. And I'm telling you.
Kind buds.
Yeah, kind buds, man. I'm telling you, the Grateful Dead and Grateful Dead tour brought good weed across the country, which I think changed American consumer habits around cannabis, because people used to come to the Grateful Dead parking lots. Parking lots at Grateful Dead show was like a fair of every kind of drug you could probably imagine. And people would come and buy LSD at the Grateful Dead parking lot, and then that LSD would be in that community forever now because everyone was tripping out because the Grateful Dead.
Dude, I did DMT in 2016 from a Grateful Dead show and fucking like 10 years earlier.
I will
That's how
say,
deep.
shout out to all the LSD prisoners that got dinged and are doing 10-year
Oh
mandatory
my
minimums
God,
on
dude.
Grateful
Yeah.
Dead and Fish Tour over the years as well, because that was all a part of that Go Free for Three.
Yes.
Really bad
Really well.
shit.
Well said, man. Yeah, this is a lot of heads that I knew. They're incredible growers. I mean, some of the best got nailed on LSD charges. So that's well said, man.
You didn't have to have much. And shout out to Bear too for the LSD, not just the wall of sound. First he made all that acid. Then he was like, "Oh yeah, we should create this wall of sound."
Yeah. And strangely enough, it's connected back to New York. Macintosh was the reason they were able to do that because of their amplification technology and their audiophile ability to understand how to make it all work, and that's what Jerry's rig was based off of for a very long time, was a Macintosh headpiece, which, as a musician, I really got into what they used and why, and the choices they made for even down to like the cymbals that, they were using and the hi-hats. And I mean, it's really interesting because they were very thoughtful about the choices they made as individual instruments that they played. And then together, that sound that they had was, as you know, Mark.
The
Yeah.
first
Well,
acid I took was purple Osley, and
Excuse me.
it's still legal in California.
Wow.
Well,
That's
your
amazing.
wife just said that she went to several shows at Golden Gate Park in '67, so I'm guessing you were probably there as well.
No, I didn't meet my wife for a couple of years later.
Okay. You should have gone to
No,
those shows. You might have met her earlier.
well, I might have been there, but I didn't know her. And yeah, the shows that I went to on both the Panhandle and in Golden Gate Park, I was pretty high.
Yeah, a forever shout out to Shakedown Street. All the respect in the world ever.
Shout out
Hey,
to
I want to
Big
throw another comment too about the organ transplants. I know Diana is also an organ transplant receiver. I also am an organ transplant receiver. I have 2 corneas from 2 different people that allows me to see now. About 30 years ago, or 25 years ago, 20 years ago, sorry, I had 2 cornea transplants. So it's really something major. That's a huge gift that people give. And I don't think a lot of people really think about it. But when you're done with your organs, definitely consider giving them up, folks. You change lives.
Yeah, I remember
my
getting my
wife is 40 years.
first
She's
ID and making choice.
She's the longest liver transplant patient in the Netherlands.
Wow.
Awesome.
Much love, Diana. Hope you're well.
Yeah, much love, Diane.
Absolutely. Sending our love. What were you going to say there, Rick?
Shout out, much love to Diana.
That was it.
Oh, that was it.
Love to hear your connection to the dead and how you followed them.
Who, me?
Yeah, Rick. Yeah.
How I
that's
followed
amazing.
them was one of my
Wait.
friends that I grew up with. This is back in the 60s, in the early 60s, just when the dead started. And he said to me, he had bought a brand new Porsche. And he asked me if I would drive it to California for him. And I agreed with him, and I agreed on the deal. And I went to my father because I used to work for my dad. I told my dad, yeah, I'm going to go out on a vacation to California. My friend wants me to drive his car out there. Da, 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 da. My father let me go for I thought I was going for only for a couple of weeks. And my friend was going to fly out, but he wound up going with me. And when we get out there, I don't even know about the Grateful Dead. Well, I heard of them, but I didn't know, what they were really about yet, because it was so early in their career, And we get out there, and he rented this log cabin, and he rented me like there was like there was another little log cabin right next to it, and that's where I stayed, and he stayed with his girl on there. And then I wound up going and staying with Mickey Hart for a while and learning the whole deal on what was going on, right? It was crazy. And we became really super good friends.
In Novato at his farm?
Huh?
In Novato?
Yeah, at the farm.
Yeah, okay.
With the little teeny bridge going over?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I
So
remember
what years was that, Rick?
Oh God. 64, 63, 64 maybe?
Okay, he didn't join the band until 67. He joined the band late in 67.
Okay, maybe let me think. 67.
Yeah. So he joined at the Straight Theater in New Orleans was his first show.
I'm trying to think when my friend passed away.
It's definitely later than
Oh
that,
yeah,
Bob.
you're right. You're absolutely right now that I'm thinking about it.
So maybe more like 68-ish or 69?
It was when he first got the farm.
Okay, yeah, that would have been in 68. So he joined the band in late 67. I think he got the farm in Novato in 68. And that's shortly after that is when they started the New Riders of the Purple Sage, right? Jerry started playing pedal steel, and actually Mickey was the drummer in that band when they first started, and Phil was the bass player with John Marmaduke Dawson and David Nelson, Jerry's old friend.
Big Ben was still alive then, also.
Big Ben was still alive, yeah.
Because
Yeah, Big Ben was still on the group.
He used to hang around with a friend of mine named Omaha, who lived up in Kentucky, and long time ago.
So you just drove out from like New York to California in a Porsche, had no idea who the Grateful Dead were, and then suddenly you were just like hanging out on Mickey Hart's farm and
But I was into the whole deal, you know. Like I was into music. I was into acid. I was into the drug deal. Weed and acid, you know.
Mhm. That's awesome.
Excuse me.
Nick,
So-
you probably
Pretty
lived in
incredible.
New York
It was
too.
completely like my world, you know.
Yeah, clearly you fell right into the middle of it as you arrived. Puffwunk. And what were you doing?
You
Like, were you
remember a guy named Huff?
Huff?
Yeah, that was my friend's name, Huff.
I'm not too
I think
sure.
he's asking Mark.
Say again?
I don't go back that far.
He was the guy that got all the good weed for the dead.
Okay. Right.
You think they'd call him Puff?
Huh?
You
I think
think
they
they'd
call him Puff.
Yeah, call Huff Puff if he's all about although maybe Huff was a good little nickname back in the day for hitting some joints too. That's pretty awesome. And so now you guys got this brand going and you're in Florida. Are there other states that you guys are in right now?
What now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rich.
We're busy in Florida right now, and we've been trying to get active in California. Kind of like busy. Almost, I was almost going to get into the black market, and then kind of backed up. I'm really just looking to do legitimate business with cannabis, you know. So we haven't gone anywhere but Florida thus far. We've had a lot of meetings. We've had a lot of efforts, but nothing has, like I said, been like organic. So I kind of stepped back. We just were in New York last month in September, and I had a good meeting with someone from Happy Monkey, but pretty much that's it. Haven't really gone
Rick,
forward on anything.
Rick, aren't you connected with Curaleaf?
No, True Leaf.
Oh, True Leaf, excuse me.
Yeah, Curaleaf is another company. They're similar name, but it's totally
Yeah, and
no
they're
one.
one of the biggest in America.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
They're owned by
Vlad and
Canopy,
Ramon
aren't
are.
they?
Sorry, go
Aren't they
ahead.
owned by Canopy?
I didn't know that. Are they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Is
Canopy
Makes
owns
sense.
Curaleaf. I do believe that. I
Curaleaf,
believe
yeah.
they also bought Wana, the gummy brand Wana.
One is definitely owned by Canopy.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I don't think Curaleaf is owned by Canopy. I think they're their own publicly listed company. Are they not?
As far as I knew, yes, but I don't know for sure.
If only we had like some
Canopy-
system that we could check to see if this was true or not
like
at
the
our
internet. Hold
fingertips.
on, let me just check.
Oh,
Hold on. Let me give it a real
I may have
quick
got
look
that
real
wrong.
quick.
Yeah, they might have shares in Curaleaf, but Curaleaf is a publicly traded company like Canopy. So if
Yeah.
Canopy owns a share, that's possible. But
I,
they're
I,
not a
I could have that
subsidiary.
wrong, Ryan. I could be wrong on that.
But Rich, Vlad and Ramon are great people, and I've known them for years. I know Jay,
Awesome.
the whole team.
Curaleaf's in 37 states in America.
That's amazing.
We definitely
it
work
is amazing.
together.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, I think for some reason I think Curaleaf is their own entity.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
Yeah, aren't they the Boris Jordan guy, the oligarch dude from
Yes.
Russia?
Yeah, it started
right.
in Connecticut, then it was bought, and then it was expanded upon. So yeah, but yeah.
So yeah, only been functioning in Florida, but fuck it. Yeah, definitely want to expand 100%. Just want to have the right partners.
Yeah, well, listen, I had an interesting method of this right partner experience. And I sort of, for a while, I put everything into my partnerships, and I was just like, then I get hurt or it wouldn't work out. And I was kind of like, you know what, I don't mind making mistakes because those are lessons that I learned from, and they end up being quite valuable. But I'm like, I want to get to them faster. I don't want it. So I've been
Yes.
like, I've had all these partnerships, and some are going really well. Some are going pretty good. Some are going okay. And some just kind of petered out. And I found that when I didn't hold on to them, where I just let these experiences kind of pass through me. And if one, took hold, and then I could sort of direct it. I also like all my partners learning from one another. So when I have one group who's doing it the best, we look at what it is that they're doing and how they're doing it. And then we try to recreate that with our other partnerships in different states. And we can kind of have a little co-op because it's not federally legal. Every state that you're in is this individual deal that you're doing that's separate and different. But yet that doesn't mean all of your partners can't benefit from one another, because there's no fear and scarcity worry where your partners in Florida are like, we don't want you giving SOPs away to your partners in Ohio or your partners in wherever. So there's this, at least for my brand, I've just made it really congruent, made all the assets available. Like if it's in the start, there's a couple of deals that are putting together all the marketing and the planning and all of the assets basically. And then the companies that come along later, they just acquire those assets. Maybe they pay $1,000 or something, and they get all of the assets, all the die lines, all the boxes, all the everythings. And it's it's what I've been doing literally for the last 2.5 years straight, just slowly building, this brand that should be in every state that cannabis is sold in. But finding the right partners is definitely the trick. And don't be afraid to make the wrong partner at first, and just as long as you have the good deal.
You gotta
my
learn.
deals are
You have to learn.
my deals are loose and small. My contract's 4 pages long. I try not to go really too deep into it, and just be like, look, if the deal's not working as a win-win, no problem. I'm never upset when my partners just come to me and say, hey, I don't think I can do this. And I've had a couple play out like that. But my partnerships in Illinois and Michigan and Oklahoma and Missouri and Colorado and Washington State and soon to be New Mexico and possibly Montana. These are all just great partnerships that are getting better and better.
Relationships.
Yeah, and I'd love to pass any of that on that I could to you, dude, what I've learned and potentially introductions for you.
Respect, brother. That's love.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, it's like you guys got a good brand, and there's a good it's not a good story, it's like an unbelievable story. It's gonna be a fucking movie. Whose
Yeah.
brand has a movie? It's like yours does. Yours guys does. So I think that it's pretty cool as well, the sort of philanthropy and activism that's attached to the brand that makes people like, well, why should we smoke your joints? It's like, well, because there's this sort of social justice aspect attached to your brand, which I think is just really cool.
Marcus, what do you think the first legal brand was? And I'm not talking about, from the 60s with Lebanese hash bags marked with the cedar on it.
I don't know.
Horda Labs?
Well, I saw things like Copa de Oro from Jerry Comstra, who did an article for Life magazine. And instead of writing just an article, he went down to Mexico and bought a field of Copa de Oro Gold Mountain cannabis and smuggled it back up to America and wrote the book Weed.
Awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. Good on him. Good on him. Good on all the smugglers over the years and all the
Then Life
farmers.
magazine refused to publish it, so he published it as a book
Unbelievable.
because he used their money to buy the weed.
Oh,
Took the advance from the book and used that to fund the project.
Yes, exactly.
That's
That
incredible.
that isn't that like the movie The Money Tree?
Oh, that's the Jerry Comstra and
No, I just mean the
Weed,
what
the
how the guy
Adventures
that
of a
did the
Drug
Money Tree
Smuggler.
grew. Yeah, the Money Tree guy grew a giant crop in Humboldt and then used the crop to fund the movie. And the last scene in the movie, they're all sitting in the restaurant, and his buddy says something like, "Oh, did you fund? Did you?" He asked them if there's some question about whether he funded the movie or something, or he said, "Oh, are you going to make a movie?" He said, movies cost money, and money doesn't just grow on trees." And then they pan back, and they're basically in the movie scene filming this. It's a great movie if you haven't seen it. The
Money
Buds.
Tree.
It's the first time I've ever seen real beautiful 10-foot plants, big, crazy, old school plants growing in like Northern California in that footage.
Money Tree is the movie?
The Money Tree. Yeah, it's called The Money Tree.
Oh.
That's a
Yeah.
good movie.
The
I'm-
Google
I'm-
search
I'm-
for the
Go ahead,
Google search
Thomas.
results are going up for that today.
That was like 94, something like that.
Not 92.
92.
Yeah, the Money Tree came out in 92.
And before that, there was movies like Acapulco Gold.
Yeah.
I think it was a little later, but Homegrown is a great movie, Northern California movie with tons of famous people in it. Jamie Lee Curtis, Ted Danson, and Bon Jovi, and so many folks. Watch that one if you hadn't seen it. Homegrown.
Homegrown and Money Tree. Definitely in my rotation this week.
Dude, the one I want to watch is the Richard Delisi story.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man, it's heavy. I'm the guy who's filming it has just filmed the sizzle reel, and it's about 5 minutes. He's still editing it. It's driving me crazy. I'm like waiting and checking with him all the time, and he's like, "I'm not gonna give it to you until it's right." So it's like it's a trip, bro. This whole process is crazy.
Dealing with
And
an
yeah,
artist.
we're right. The next step is right now we're trying to fund the documentary, so that's the next short step. Like,
All right. So how can
Yeah.
people support that?
the best way is just to get on delicioso.net and go to the Santa Marta Gold tab on the page and connect with Matt Hamer. Yeah, I think his
Matt
name's
Hamer?
Nate. Nickname
Nate.
is Nate, but his real name is Matt Hamer. So yeah, Matt Hamer's right now in production. We've got the director for the feature film is somebody who's pretty heavy, Terry McDonald, who had worked on Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, amongst other things. So it's definitely a good team being put together at the moment for everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That is so
Yeah.
cool. Like what a, it's one thing to just, get out. That's unbelievable in itself. But lots of people get out and they don't have that support, and the world's changed and they don't have this like lane carved out for you, pops. And it's like it's like that's a big deal, man, to be able to come out and just have, I'm sure it hasn't been easy. I'm not saying that by any means, but like to
It's
have the
still not
support
easy
of
at all.
no, of course not. Of course not. There's going to be,
But it's fucking awesome.
yeah,
It is
pretty
fucking awesome, bro.
It is pretty awesome. And to use that story now as well, even like it's inception upon inception upon inception, that you're like, not only did Florida put you in prison for 32 years, but now you're out and you're like, I'm going to sell weed in Florida. That's where I'll start. Yeah, boom. Now I'm selling weed in Florida. I'm going to use the money I make to selling weed in Florida, and I'm going to promote these, expose these injustices and get more eyes on,
And that's also
projects
why I
like The
have to
Last
thank
Prisoner.
people like, as much as I have to thank someone like Mary Bailey or Steve D'Angelo, I also have to thank some Kim Rivers, who, when my cousin stepped to her with my father and said like, hey, do you know about my uncle? She was like, yeah, I know about him and I want to help you guys, So there's a different, I'm trying to just, it's an amazing type of human that it takes to have a passionate heart and project to make something happen like this too, So it's really awesome to have it from all these different aspects, and I try to cherish that and honor it in anything we do, So it's really fucking dope, honestly.
Well, if you're trying to be happy and fulfilled in life, you eventually figure this out, is that you have to serve.
Yes.
You have to serve others.
Yeah,
You have
it's
to
service to the ones you love. And Rick, when you were telling that story about getting the list of things for your dad together, all I could think of is that that was a mission of love that you were doing. On top of a long mission of love of getting them out, putting all the work into getting them out, but to make that start, to put all that stuff together, it was just, you feel the love emanating from you. Really a beautiful thing. Like I've always had a ton of respect for you, but that really shows what a kind heart you have, man.
Thank you, brother. Respect.
And y'all deserve all the happiness. You deserve all the success. I'm sorry you had to go through hell to enjoy this little slice of heaven, but do your best to enjoy it and revel in it and appreciate it for the special time that y'all have, that you have.
I don't think there's anybody in this room that hasn't gone through heavy things to be where we're standing, So I mean, I'm just glad that we all get to be here and share our experiences and like be able to communicate like this and build. And it's like, it's a trip, it's like there's deep connections. It's like Mark talking about the dead the way he did, and everybody talk about the dead the way they did, and then just like everything, there's just so many verse connections in the cannabis industry and world. We've made our world very small, you almost feel like a giant being somebody who's really dedicated in this and loves and has love in it. It's a trip. It's an amazing thing, and it makes the world a smaller place, and it all comes together in an amazing way. So it's great. I've just,
it makes me want to ask Richard as well more about. Oh, go ahead, please. I was just going to ask you a question, but you go ahead.
Unbelievable that a plant made all this happen.
Well,
yeah.
Mr.
And what I was
Delisi,
going to ask you about your plant was the Santa Marta gold. Like, what was that? Like, you said like, oh, people were blown away or whatever, but you must have some specific sort of stories of like when you first smoked that weed, especially the Sensimilla version, the one that was seedless and gold, and how that was received when you brought it to the US. You must have been like, oh, fuck, this is going to be bigger than I thought.
This is what I want. This is the thing that I was looking for. This is the taste I want to taste. This is the smell of it. if you walked into a room and you were smoking Santa Marta Gold, it was like, wow, man, what is that incense? You know?
It's beyond that, because skunk number one is Santa Marta Gold times Afghan, and then I took that and times it to Acapulco Gold.
Wow, that's really what that
Santa Marta,
is, huh?
Santa Marta is a Colombian variant, isn't it?
Absolutely. Santa
Yeah,
Marta
so they-
Gold.
They did there was a study that came out not too long ago, and they'd grown all these excisions down in Colombia, all over different places in Colombia, and analyzed them in a lab, and they were all really high in neurolidol for whatever reason. I don't know if it's something in the environment that's bringing that terpene out in a more predominant way, but I wonder
Or
if that
it's
was
just
what the
genetic based. It may not be
but
the environment.
they had all these different lines that all had the same kind of signal. So it makes me
Included
makes me
imported
wonder.
genetics or just Santa Marta genetics?
Well, no, they weren't all Santa Marta, but they were all Colombian lines from different places around the country.
Yeah.
So anyway, who knows?
So they're related.
Yeah, because it wasn't
They could
cultivar
be.
dependent, right? Santa Marta
No,
Gold
it
was
was.
just gold flour. No?
No, but the neurolidol wasn't cultivar dependent. It was all these different
Yeah.
cultivars that all had this elevated
Interesting.
signal. They went, yeah. So
Creating that
I would be
incense.
surprised.
It,
Yeah, I
it
wouldn't be
smells
surprised.
slightly orangey.
Well, it's pretty cool that you guys have that connection, that you know, the Santa Marta Gold is part of the skunk number one lineage.
That's insane.
Yeah,
It's the first time I heard that.
It's
so
going in
really
the documentary.
Yeah, it's going in
Yeah,
the documentary.
can you say that again, Sam? So it was the Santa Marta Gold. So did you find a seed in it, and then you pop that?
No, what it was really, really, really high quality Santa Marta Gold that was imported into Santa Cruz, California. And I used it as one of the parents with an Afghan. And then to make it earlier, I hit it times Acapulco Gold.
Looking at
And when the first year I grew them, every single plant smelled like a dead skunk. But what I found out was that, because I was growing a lot of them, that the ones that were sweeter, I actually liked better. So I bred away from within the same gene pool, away from the skunky side of skunk number one, and bred it towards the sweeter side.
And that was also the height of prohibition. I mean, talk about weed to get you arrested.
Yeah.
Right, and no
Yeah,
baggies
yes,
that would
skunk
contain
number
that
one
smell.
got a lot of people in trouble because that you would have like a Ziploc of it in your pocket or a plant of it in your greenhouse, and people could smell it from blocks away.
Yeah, I remember being brought into a hydroponic store in Vancouver, and I wasn't living there at the time, and I went in with a grower, and he introduced me to the shop owner and said, you know, this chimera, he bred these varieties. She had been growing the frostbite, and she lit me up about the smell so bad. She said, I'm trying to grow in the rented house, the landlord's in the driveway, and the whole thing is reeks out. It was like back then you had to make these decisions to like grow varieties that were less stinky, right? It was like really doing the analysis of what we wanted in the flower, but that's what you had to do to stay alive.
Yeah, otherwise those hydroponic stores would be like, you don't smell like tomatoes.
Well, I just got sprayed by a skunk actually, so in my tomato patch.
So, Mr. Delisi, you know, there's a saying that, you know, you judge a society by its prisons. So now that you've come and you've spent more than enough time there, how do you view this society? I know you've let go of that, but you must have your own feelings after experiencing these systems so intimately.
I think that society is adjusting to what's going on. I don't think they're taking a blind eye on what's happening. They're paying attention for sure. Because look what's happening. Look what's going on. It's changing every moment that we speak. You know, it's just it's like a nonstop thing. You know what I mean?
Not only that, but we won't stop until everyone in every country can grow cannabis for any reason. Maybe if they sell it, they should have it lab tested, but a small tax. But except for that, let it be everywhere with everybody.
I mean, I don't understand why that would be an issue. It's such an awesome plant to grow. Like when you grow the plant and you get a relationship with the plant, even on like just a small level, it's so shocking to think that that's like in any way something bad. It's
You got to remember back when prohibition was being put in, it was the society, at least North American society, was so scared of anything that was different from the norm, right? Like if you were outside of the norm, you were a freak and you were something to be worried about.
Yeah.
And humans try to control things that they are fearful of the power of those objects, right? And I think it's undeniable that cannabis has a special power that disrupts the typical thinking of society, of, you know, what they probably viewed as the ideal in society, right? And it's the, you know, it's like they used to say, it's the thinking man's cigarette, right?
We saw the old movie Marijuana. We know that if you smoke marijuana, the first thing you're going to do is start playing the piano really crazy, and then you're going to chop up your mom and dad.
Yeah, they didn't want people thinking for themselves, right? They really didn't. They wanted people following the message that the government was putting down. Yeah. Which is why they demonized it, right? They had to make it into something that it wasn't.
For a long time.
Back then, if you were a freaky long-haired hippie dude, you were something that society could not become, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna get going, y'all.
Dude, thanks for coming out, man. Thank you,
been
you guys
awesome.
for sharing your time with us, and I'll put up all the links on the description box. And
love.
Hey,
I'll be in touch. I'll be in touch.
I want to thank you guys for having us, and give a shout out to True Leaf and Kim Rivers and my friend Brian.
Thank you, Brian, for helping.
Yeah, for helping out. And
yes.
Hey, Rick, always great to see you. And Richard, welcome back, brother. Welcome
Lots
back.
of love, bro. Thank you so much. It was amazing to be here, and I'll circle around more often. My bad. Just been, you know, I've had a really busy few years, so it's great to circle around and share it with you guys. To be honest.
Yeah,
much love, dude.
For me, it was the afternoon.
Yeah, love you guys. Peace.
All right, love you guys.
Thanks for coming out, guys. Appreciate that.
See you soon, fellas.
Nice meeting you, Richard.
We got a potential 30, 40 minutes left if you guys still want to chat for a bit. Totally up to you guys. They're gone now, I think. Oh, or maybe he's staying. I think I shut his video off accidentally. Oops, my bad, Richard. I thought you were leaving. Maybe he's hanging out. Yeah, it's up to you guys. We can end the show now. That was pretty awesome. I don't mind ending it on that note and picking it up next week. Possibly, you know, doing more of a Grateful Dead episode next week or the week after. I've invited a couple people. I've had even Chimera mentioned a friend of his who was potentially would be good for that in private message. I know Mark's would probably, and Colin would probably have a few people. It'd be nice to do just Mojave, of course, but just remember it's Sunday, so it's like this list of people, if we're gonna do it next week, has to be in by like Tuesday, Wednesday at the absolute latest. I like to have a pre-plan these days for the show. Really happy that Rick and his father Richard came out and shared their story. It's just nice to see, man. I really remember how heavy that weighed on him. I mean, can you imagine 32 years of your life, you don't have your dad, and then you get him back, and now he's like, it's just such a nightmare, horrific tragedy, yet it's like awesome and amazing. And, you know, it's ever changing, and it's just nice to see those guys.
Imagine losing
together.
32 years of your life
Dude, are you kidding me? I'm only
You,
51.
you miss your kids growing up. You miss the grandkids. You missed everything. I mean, it's such a ripoff. It's such an absolute scam. And you know, when I first met Rick, he was in the middle of it, right? It was all real. It was like, yeah, my dad's in prison, and it just you could tell the weight on his shoulders, the way that it impacted the way that he went about life. So I was so happy to see it happen, but him come out. But it's amazing to catch up with them and see where they're at. It's just such a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an extra special day today for sure. I mean, to watch, yeah, from him back in the day wishing his dad was a possibility and seeing it go from a idea from a possibility to sharing time and space and joints and such with that's
Well,
But
and
it's got to be a
Hash
domino,
Church is
right?
part of the story, isn't it? Isn't
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean we need more
yeah.
of this in the world, right? You know, this is the
Does anybody know how many people have been released prison from cannabis crimes?
No.
I know the answer is not enough.
not
Yeah.
enough, right?
It's
Yep.
got to be a domino effect, right? Like I want to see more people experience that joy that they have.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they work together as a team. You know, how special is that? You know, that he
Well,
gets.
this is what we said, right? Get active, get involved. If you're in a state where it isn't legal, find a join an organization there. You're helping. If you're in a state where people are incarcerated, go join letter writing services and go write letters to these people who are still incarcerated and throw a couple of bucks their way into their cantina so that they can actually enjoy a little something extra in life because they don't have that luck yet, and hopefully they will all experience it. But for those that are in, there are supporting groups, there are organizations who support families who have people who are incarcerated. So there's many different services out there that you can plug into and get involved that unfortunately we've all been made aware of due to the years of activism and why watching so many different demographics become affected by the different levels of the drug war. But it matters. I got to actually run into a gentleman, Luke Scarmazzo. I got to run into him recently at the state fair. He had been incarcerated, and while he was incarcerated, my friend of mine was selling keychains with his name on it to um, uh, fill his canteen so that he wasn't forgotten. And years later, when I saw him, I was like, I still have your keychain. He's like, I remember sending that keychain. So, they remember everything, and these little things that you can affect their lives and brighten their day. Not only will brighten your day, it'll make their day 100 times better. Or, depending on what's in their canteen, they're going to get something to last them a couple of weeks. And that means a lot when you're going through hell. Any type of little sprinkles of salt of heaven matter so greatly, and they carry so much weight.
yeah,
So
Bubble
don't
Man,
forget.
you said it earlier, dude. I mean, one of the best parts of life is being of service to others, right? Improving other people's lives. And there's a lot of ways to do it, but yeah, if everybody could incorporate that into their day, we do make the world a better place for everybody, including ourselves, right? Like being of service to others is incredibly gratifying.
Yeah.
Well, everyone wants to live in a better world, but they don't believe that they can make it a better world by just doing good stuff for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
Most
Well,
people want to take,
every,
right? They don't want to. They don't want to share, and that's not what our community
humans,
foundation's not
hum,
built on that.
humans are incredibly selfish, and when you give, you realize that the more you give, the more you get back.
Yeah, that's universal. That's the universal law.
Yeah, but it also what is it? It feels good.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what? It feels good? Yeah. Giving is kind of like a drug. It feels good to give. It feels good to share. It feels good to lift somebody up because when you do that, you're giving up your time, which is the most valuable thing that you have. and you do it in the service of others, yeah, you'd be amazed what floats back into your world, the experiences, the opportunities, the doors that open just from those experiences. I think a lot of us have experienced that by kind of letting go to the universe and having the universe reward us accordingly. You have to kind of ride that lightning, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that my creative career was built on that in the early days, and then I started getting paid for my work, and then my work became my job. I was like, holy crap, this is my job now. And I could never, my younger self, I never would have fathomed that, but it was only because I put myself in the position of giving to get. And that's, even with what we do with hash making, it's important to give all the information that because you never know what you're going to get from a younger mind or someone that's doing something differently. And I love I love that. I love that someone can bring something back to you in a way that you never thought. And that's a beautiful exchange. And that's what's needed. We need that. Need that
Those
exchange.
those are priceless.
Yeah. That's what it's about. Teaching and fostering that mentorship. But
And Colin, do
yeah,
you copyright or patent any of your varieties?
that's a really deep conversation I'd love to have with everybody. No, I haven't, and I've been very reluctant to do that because I've I have been a part of patents, so I am on certain patents, but I don't know how valuable that is. If you don't commercialize a patent, how valuable is that patent, right? Are we just holding a patent to say we have it? Or what would be the mechanism why would we do that is something I struggle with a lot because I am on certain patents, but
I have
your
nothing
thoughts.
I have nothing against patents as long as it's new and novel.
Right.
I think if people put a lot of time and energy into something, they deserve intellectual property right on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you're creating something new and you're, being remunerated for all that work, look, I mean, creating new varieties, if you're actually creating something new,
Yeah.
like there's a lot of time and energy and money that goes into that.
It's the truth.
And we talked about it last week, in the context of, we were talking about cultivar groups and creating new things and,
Mhm.
stabilizing traits and the importance of characterizing plants and describing plants. That's how you know that something is new and different, is that when you characterize all these plants and you realize, hey, this one has, say a huge abnormal spike of neurolidol or whatever it is.
Right.
That is the differentiator. And by filing some type of intellectual property protection, you're actually teaching the entire community that, hey, look, there's this whole thing that we have that we did that comes from within the species or that we made from within the species that we didn't know existed. And so you're teaching everybody that that's a direction that they can push towards.
Yeah, it's
right?
fair to say that. Yeah, very fair. And I think it's a lot of the things that we do, I think I struggle with how we would protect it when we file it. And that's another conversation we have a lot of, like, okay, yeah, we could say improve all these things, but how well can we protect it? And how well could I, defer someone from taking that from us ultimately and patent trolling it and then creating something and saying they a wholly unique, it's happened before, it'll happen again.
It can be protected. There are professional firms that prevent, for example, cut flowers. If you breed a new variety of a cut flower and you give it to a grower and he starts cheating you on the revenues, there are companies that can have free access and go right into their books. And, I mean, you shouldn't make a deal if you don't want to keep up with it.
Right.
Yeah, well, and having that piece of protection, in the case of the states of a plant patent or internationally with a PBR, a plant breeders' rights protection certificate, that's the piece of paper that allows you to go to the court and say, hey, I own this thing. These guys are producing it without proper compensation to me. And the courts will send the marshals over into the greenhouse to cut
Yeah,
the plants down, right? Or seek the product. Like you're literally stealing somebody else's invention.
Yeah,
don't know.
I
Right?
can
So-
honestly say that we did file several patents, not on plants, but on other aspects like a vaporizer, using a Venturi air system, and several other ones like analogs of
Anandamide.
anandamide, which were used for controlling glaucoma, and it worked better than any other medicine out there. And I also got plant breeders' rights. I was the first one in the world to get a drug variety plant breeders' rights for skunk number one.
Yeah.
See, that's what we're going to start working on plant breeders' rights, and then we'll work ourselves into the novelties. But it's just cash, to be honest, guys. I think it's the number one hindering factor for us as a team right now, because we're working on a license in New York now, and we're trying to build that thing up, and that's taking a lot of time out of our hands, and also our finances towards that.
I filed 29 plant breeders' rights for cannabis, and I did all the paperwork myself. I did all the breeding myself, and yeah, I'm proud of what I did.
It's not, yeah.
So are we.
It's not impossible too, right? Like again, I'm going to go back to it again. Characterizing plants is so important, and it's just part of lab results, testing all the lab results, and seeing, 100 or 200 or 500 different lab results, and identifying the one that's like, hey, this one's different from all the other ones.
Yeah.
Right. And that is novelty. Like that's where you find something that's truly new. And
we sequence everything. We sequence everything. So you do have that.
Yeah,
like
but that sequencing doesn't work for patents or PBRs. They won't even. It's not part of the process, and they don't even consider it.
No, with plant breeders' rights, it's how it looks.
Yeah, well, and then as you know, we talked about this, where they're getting into the chemistry, but specifically, Colin, for you're in the States. PBRs for cannabis, especially if you're talking about a clonal variety or like a cultivar, you're better off seeking a plant patent than a PBR. It's really suited for that type of for a cultivar.
Yep.
In the United States, he's talking about.
In the United States,
we don't have a federal program, right? Like a marshal couldn't technically go in your world. Yes, a marshal could technically go in and say, "Hey guys, look, we have the paperwork here. This varietal is owned by this X company. You don't own this, But here it's a bit trickier, and that's.
No, but you can use it. It's a civil thing, right? It's a civil infraction in the States. And go after the. These things are really proven. Like, I mean, if someone takes your variety and it's a clonal variety, you get the plant sequenced out of their package and you identify it as your flower. You got them dead to rights. But
that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Honestly, is because you can actually take the flower. Kevin and I did that. Like, I gave him the plant, we grew the flower, I packaged it, went out into the ether. I went and bought it. I gave him a sample, and it was New York City garlic hit for New York City garlic. And I was like, okay, cool. So now we have an ability to know off the shelf if this is something that's authentic, number one, and then on top of that is what they say it is.
But only works
but when you
for
register
clones.
when
It
you
doesn't
register
work for seed.
right, when you register a plant patent, it's based on the unique chemistry of the plant. So you could technically have, like, it's any flower that reproduces your unique chemistry would be a violation of the patent, even if it was a different clone, right?
True.
So the sequencing is not. It's a method for identification, but really the important part is the patent, not the sequencing. The sequencing doesn't give you any enforcement ability. The patent does, right? It's literally a certificate of ownership, is what it is.
Well, it gives you prior art with the sequencing. With sequencing to GM, it definitely gives you timestamp.
It doesn't. No, because the sequencing doesn't. We don't have that understanding of sequencing representing a specific chemical variant.
I
Right?
would,
So it would be,
Kevin would differ to say on that, because it's,
I
from
know,
what, at
I
least
know.
this is what I understand. It's
Well,
like,
listen, Kevin was talking about invalidating the patents that we filed through NAPRO, and that was all talk. So, I mean, there's, like I
And the
said
s-
before,
and the
Kevin's
same
a brilliant
thing with
dude, but he's
Okay,
a Barnum
fair.
and Bailey kind of guy. A little
well,
bit.
I mean, I could say even with the work that we did with Phyllis way back when, like the ideology that this is my understanding, this is what I was sold on, this is why I got excited about it, was that we can put prior art on something, much like you can write a song and say, yo, I own this art right here.
No,
And
you say, no, that's not what it does. It doesn't provide ownership. You say, I had this thing on this date. It's like the
Correct.
equivalent of mailing yourself a book or
Right.
an audio tape or a DAT tape or a CD,
Right.
and then you leave that thing in a sealed envelope, and then when there's an official court process, you're opening the envelope on record.
Right. And because it's in blockchain, that's how they sold it to me. It was like, yo, this goes into blockchain. It can't be altered. It cannot be removed. The dates are what they are.
Right, but it doesn't mean
that's
it
my
doesn't prove
understanding.
ownership though. It doesn't prove ownership. It only proves that you had it on that date.
Got it.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's like, for example, like some company came along and decided to patent, let's say, Sour Diesel or Blue Dream. It doesn't matter, again, the name.
Totally.
But
People
if some corporation comes along and says, hey, this is our plant, if the community can demonstrate that it was in our possession before the filing of the patent, it invalidates the patent. Right. And so really all that it does is it says, I had this thing on this date.
True.
There's a company
it doesn't show ownership.
There's a company that got
Yeah,
a patent
I
for
agree.
original haze.
Yeah, I saw that. How do you feel about that, Sam?
They got their seeds via me.
Well, and they've really, it's a pretty weak patent. Really, what they were patenting was that variation on the name. Like, what was the name I called it? The original Purple Haze or old school
Something
Purple Haze?
like that.
I'll look it up.
I've got it here, but yeah. When I looked at it, I laughed because
So did I. Yeah, that's not a good. When all these pubcos came around, people tried to defile all these things, and they said, "Hey, we got a patent." A patent is like a stake in the ground on a mining claim, right? It's like it doesn't actually give you ownership. The truth behind the ownership or the patent's validity comes about through the court process that surrounds that, the contestation of the patent, right? So just because you got a patent issued, it doesn't mean that it's truly yours. It's really a matter for the courts.
yeah,
right?
it's after being challenged by a big, rich lawyer company that it's really yours.
100%.
I've said it before
100%.
that a patent is only worth how it'll hold up in an infringement case against it in court. But
Exactly.
But
And I've said patent is
where you
lottery
claim- where
ticket
you
to a
claim
lawsuit.
stuff- where you claim stuff, if you have issued claims in a patent, that is intellectual property. That's property. Now you can claim that property and you could license that property, but if you license that property and you're accepting licensing income from someone on it, they're going to expect you to go after infringers, right? So you have kind of like a fiduciary responsibility if you're collecting some licensing fees for your patent that you're going to go after people who are infringing it. But again, something that Colin said earlier, I want to expand on, and you'd said this, I think, Chimera, in a right way, but I just want to make sure that you know that when you claim something and there's prior art that's cited against it, what can happen is that now you have to hire an attorney and go after that in a court to basically challenge the claim, saying you're going to present something from 1987 or something where you already had that claim described and everything. Well, first of all, there's two things about that. That's extremely expensive to do because you have to hire an attorney to go after that. The other thing is that there is no case law in the United States right now. I don't know about Canada and elsewhere, but I can tell you in the United States, there is no precedents for taking cannabis related IP through that procedure. And part of the thing that hangs that up is the whole federal illegality of it. And if you read, I don't know, I mean, it depends, I guess, on where you have your where you're barred, what state you're barred in. In certain states, and I knew this with Pennsylvania because my attorney in Pennsylvania, because again, this is still federally illegal, the law or the bar commission, the people who basically, keep lawyers doing things by the straight and legal, will basically tell you that if you're advising a cannabis business related client, you're breaking federal law, and that's not allowed. So certain attorneys and certain legal firms will kind of go around that, and certainly there are a lot of lawyers that do cannabis law, but in certain law firms, they can't touch cannabis related businesses, cannabis trademarks. And I think I wanted to mention one thing about trademark. I think you were talking about this chimera, which is haze, and
No, it was not a
so
trademark, it was a patent.
yeah, the pat. Well,
In the chat.
Again, Sam, I'll tell you this because I've probably gotten more patents than anybody here on the panel combined. Is
Yeah.
that a name is one thing, and again, you could trademark a name, and like I know the people who trademarked Sour Diesel, and you know who went after them? The Blue Jeans company, Diesel. Right? They didn't want any connection with, because they had already had patented the word diesel, and they thought Sour Diesel, well, we don't want to be associated with that. But the one thing I could say about patents is there has to be an invention. There has to be something that couldn't be predicted from the prior art, or else the examiner will deem it as obvious. That's typically how you get a patent thrown out, is you go into the court and you have an expert witness like me present, data to say that, no, this is based on what's known, this is obvious. And when the patent was examined, maybe the patent examiner wasn't aware of all the prior art that existed. But if you could look at a claim on a patent, and you could, I had this discussion with the late great Indra, rest in peace. People were challenging his patent, right? And if you look at the literature, you'll find out that did people do extraction of botanicals with hydrocarbon prior to Indra getting the claims on his patent? The answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
And so there were companies that were selling extraction machines, and I think maybe Indra took too aggressive an approach, and rather than sending cease and desists, he should have encouraged these companies to buy a license to his patent, because it's a low cost way to basically make sure that you're okay. So if you think you're violating someone's patent, basically you just pay that individual. That individual now it's like, okay, I'm monetizing my IP, because holding IP is an expensive thing, right? If you're holding IP, it costs a lot of money to maintain that IP and everything. That's why when you finally do get it, you definitely want to encourage people to not infringe on your IP, but encourage them to buy a license for it. But now, again, I'll go back to what I'd said earlier. The fiduciary responsibility is on you to now go after those infringers. And we're dealing this with HHCA right now. There's some patent infringing that's going on that. And yeah, it becomes really ugly and really messy. So anyway,
I agree with almost everything you said. The one thing about the federally illegal thing, just because certain law firms won't touch it, that doesn't mean that it's truly federally illegal. Like, I realize the law is federally illegal, but it doesn't mean that the patent's not valid. When we were doing that patent process, part of the process that we had to do is deposit seeds. Okay, and so there's these recognized depositories all over the world.
We lost you, Chimera.
Well, what he's trying to say is that he had to file seeds with a representative to show that he had this material.
Right.
And he did it not by depositing the seeds in America where it was illegal, but by doing it in either the UK or Ireland, I forget. But he got around it, and he did
Yeah,
receive
through
the
Scotland.
patent.
Well,
Yeah, well, I
that's
didn't
a very
receive the
different
patent, but
system,
yeah.
though. It's just it's well, look, I think Mark can tell you, the first right of refusal in the United States is really where the key is in filing your patents, and I think that's the biggest playing field if you're going to file a patent. So while yes, you can do it in other places, for us in the United States, it's really difficult to defend that and bring that here, and for have them to take that even like
No,
remotely.
it's not. It's not at all.
It's not hard to defend it, but here's just I've been listening to you guys. It's such a great show. I had to jump in. It was you guys like just keep nailing it. All I would say is that because it's this conversation on patents started about Colin, whether it was worth seeking a patent on any, and so the difference between utility patents, inventions, methods, all that, they're very defendable. The problem with individual plant patents is just to what you guys just mentioned. It's all about prior art. When the patent office had no prior art, because there was no plant patents, so the more plants that are submitted, the harder it is to prove prior art. And because it's all based off of plant color, height, width, shades, and not about on genomics, although genomics can be used in defense, then it's going to be really hard to defend. I mean, it's going to be really easy to troll patents in the future. It's going to be really easy it's going to be harder for people to show that they have a novel creation as they go along. But the real kicker is what's the value of any individual cultivar? Are you gonna get a return from that before you just decided to start growing something else? And in the real in the plant world in ag, there's so few selections that if you get a patent on a grape variety and you're one out of 30 grape varieties in the market, that patent is worth a lot. But if you're 1 out of 5,000 and you occupy 0.000321% of the market, the patent might not even pay for itself. And that's the hardest part, is that when you make that initial submission, you've got 1 year to commercialize that patent before you pay those fees to prove that it was worth it. And that's where most people seeking a patent think, look, I've got this novel thing. I can't commercialize it until I submit the application. And then as soon as they submit the application, the clock starts ticking. And then 8-9 months into it, because of just getting cycles into the market, they realize, dude, nobody wants to grow this thing.
And Mojave, do you have plant breeders' rights or patents or both?
Both. But the reason we did it, we did it for one, is because I do feel like these were novel creations. I had been working with one line for 30 years. So it was like kind of like
Man, you're pretty slow, man. You should have been
yeah. Well, no, I wasn't
sooner than that, dude.
No, I know, but I'm not a breeder. So it was just it was plants that I held on to for years and years, and then made selections, and held on to for years and years and made selections. But the reason that we did it is both that I felt like the plant has an potential economic impact. It's novel, but also it was to do it, to show as an experiment for cannabis, is just to take a plant that you bred, that you feel is unique, to get protection, get it in an international market, and have those plants sent to multiple countries around the world legally, with full protection and enforcement through RAI. That it was just an exercise in trying to be an adult cannabis world. And it has proved, I mean, it was worth it for sure, but it gets harder and harder to I mean, put it this way, if OG Kush and Skunk One and Durban Poison and Gorilla Glue and Kim Dog and all those were patented, they're all billion-dollar plants. But today, when it's just poly times poly times poly every year, just on a hamster wheel, it's pretty hard to to find value in any one cultivar, saying like, I'm going to get these 4 cultivars patented and spend $100,000 because I think that I'm going to be able to. And the ones that you've proven are valuable, you've already lost the ability because they've been in the commercial market for more than a year.
And then you're
Well, that's
also working
yeah.
on new stuff in between that. And like, that's the other thing, Chimera. It's like, he just said everything that I was trying to say. Cause it's like, I want to, but also for all the reasons he just explained, I just keep forging forward. And I'm like, it's more about making new things, more about searching for new things. And a lot of those things, to Mojave just said it, the magic word, can I utilize that in my process? And that's what I've always done. I've always looked for things that are novel for extraction. Like how can that benefit this particular method that I'm really interested in? So,
right, but
you know,
again, and don't take this the wrong way. This isn't a criticism of you.
yeah,
Just it's only about the process. When
Yeah.
you're always crossing all these things, and you come up with a name. Unless you're describing the plant, you're actually not showing novelty, right? And so until you describe the plant and you identify the chemistry for which makes that individual unique, you can't even seek a patent.
yeah, 100%.
Right. So so like that again, I'm going to go back and harp on it again. It's so important to characterize these plants for the chemicals that you think make them special, because the act of doing the registration process is when the patent examiner comes along and he looks at all the available chemical data for the species. He says, yeah, your claim that this is unique is wrong because all these other plants already have that chemical signature, right? And that's what I was talking about last time when I was talking about different crosses yielding the same chemical signature in plants.
Yep.
They're actually part of the same cultivar group. So if you create a cross that has a plant that might be new to you, but it's the same as some other plant that's already registered, that's not an invention, right?
Yeah.
It's not, there's no novelty there, so therefore it can't be patented or filed for.
Well,
It's obvious. It's obvious.
And the thing that I wanted, exactly, it's stated to be obvious.
We do get everything tested though, Chimera. Like we get the extract tested, the flower tested. We look at all the chemical constituents of that. We send it into like Max and Abstract and those guys. And they take a
Okay,
look at
but is it unique?
Sometimes there's some unique things. Sometimes there's not. He's found a lot of unique things and things that we've sent in, but it's only through those testing, to your point, that you're going to reveal those things. So I agree.
Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up.
Secret formula of Coca-Cola, right? There's 6 ingredients in Coca-Cola. It's on every can of Coca-Cola, right? But it's not in a patent. It's a trade secret.
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about here, the type of intellectual property, doesn't need to be filed as a patent because you're going to waste a lot of money doing that. But what you do is you keep your IP locked up like the recipe for Coca-Cola as a trade secret.
But there's a big difference. There's a big difference between Coca-Cola and plants, Mark, is that Coca-Cola keeps that recipe in their factory, where the very nature of licensing genetics is you give away the trade secret every time. So everyone can just walk up and take a little snip and it's gone.
But
So
Mojave,
it's harder to enforce.
Yeah,
But
I was just to interject for a second. Isn't that all the more reason to not do the heavy lift of a patent? Because a patent is only good, like I said, as it'll hold up in an infringement case
enforcement
against it, and being able to enforce it. That's right. So you have to do those 2 things. So if the idea in plants is that you're going to make this new breed and then you're going to give it out, and everybody is going to start making cuttings and clones and
Well, you don't.
can I make a
So it's very important when you're making that licensing contract to put all the stipulations of what the licensee is allowed to do with the plant. Sure, they're allowed to take cuttings, but to ensure that they aren't walking off with cuttings.
And to be honest, a good contract, and you don't need a patent for a good contract to have that. But here's just the one thing I wanted to say, because I know we're about to sign off. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but what I do with plants is I keep the cotyledons. I snip them off, I freeze them, because it is the poor man's copyright that shows real custody seed. And not only that, it carries the DNA of the mom and the baby.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, if I cross that plant to something else sift through the offspring and find a new plant that has the identical chemical signature to yours, I just bypassed your patent or your protection.
I know, but
Right,
but
so-
in defense, you can use genomics in defense of a patent. It's added to the.
It doesn't. Yeah, but if it's not registered,
I know. That's what I'm saying though. But
we've had this conversation. We've had this conversation before. I don't think that gives you the. I don't think that gives you the protection that you think it does, because again,
it doesn't. No, I'm not saying it gives you any. It doesn't give you protection. It doesn't give you protection as a patent, but what it does is it reinforces your patent, because even the patent doesn't show custody. The patent just shows that you were the person who got the patent on a plant. So just like sour diesel, if someone could have the person who tried to get the trademark was also the person who was claiming to be the guy who, so I'm saying like that. So you have a patented plant and that's defendable. And then if anyone calls you out on it, you're like, dude, I've got these little wings too.
Well, that's why he's called Asshole Joe, right?
Dude, I like how you set up.
Just to bring it back around to what I was talking about before.
He wasn't even.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I just wanted to bring it back before when I broke up, or you could hear me anymore. All these seeds to back up the patent with an American repository, and they wouldn't accept the seed. And so the seed went offshore, and we put them in a repository in another country. And the patent system, the way the patent system has this thing called the Budapest Treaty, and essentially, if any repository around the world has those seeds, the courts interpret that as being they're in all the repositories. And so, although the United States didn't allow us to put the seed, or the repository board wouldn't allow us to put the seeds in that repository because cannabis was federally illegal, they later changed their mind, right? And now that same company actually does use the repository to take them. So even though technically on the books, yes, cannabis is federally illegal and cannabis seeds are federally illegal, the interpretation of that law has now changed. And so, you got to remember these repositories and like even the law firm that you were talking about, Mark, they operate in the United States, but they also have their own code of conduct. And it's the code of conduct that's kind of top down from, the people that run the corporation, that they say, no, this is the way that we're going to behave to be in compliance with these state laws. Those interpretations change. So although patents have not been cannabis plant patents have not been challenged through the court process yet, that doesn't mean that it's illegal. Because again, the USPTO, which is the office that is processing these patents, is a federal organization. They're now accepting cannabis plant patents. So, it's essentially de facto legal.
Yeah, I mean, we should talk about it more offline together, Chimera, so I can better understand. I'll talk to my, we'll figure it out. But it's like, it's partly what Mojave said also. It's like, can we really get the value out of these things that we believe we can because of the nature of this plant and its ability to
the only way to really know is to have characterized the plant, right? Because when you've characterized the plant and you've got it broken down by the individual chemicals, and you're saying, hey, look, this plant is really high in a chemical that we've never seen in any other cannabis plant, and it gives a unique flavor profile. Like Mojave said, like you can put it on the market immediately, but you have to have filed your paperwork within 1 year of you putting it on the market. Right. So as soon as you sell the flower, the clock is ticking. Right. It doesn't mean that you have to be profitable within a year. It just means that you have a 1 year period of commercialization before you can apply, for which you can apply for the patent. And if you exceed that 1 year period, you've essentially made that product public domain, right? And your IP is out the window.
I think you might be mixing up something here, Ryan. So when you file a provisional patent, you have a year to add data to that provisional patent. So you could file a provisional patent today, and you have on the year anniversary to add anything. In fact, that provisional patent is never examined and never viewed by anybody in the public. It's never published. It's just basically a placeholder for that date. And you then have a year from that date to basically determine whether or not you want to do what's called a national filing, which is where you actually put a document into the USPTO to be examined. So for that first year, you kind of get a year to basically figure out whether or not it's a commercially viable thing. Yeah.
It's also true. It's also true that you have to have had no commercial sales before the patent is granted.
You could do
Or you have
commercial
1
sales.
year.
You could do, wait a second. You could do commercial sales the day after you file provisionally. If you do commercial sales before you file provisionally, that can be used as prior art against your case.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And remember, the other thing that I just wanted to say, these discussions become a little bit regional because, again, plant patents only apply to the United States. Outside of the United States, those documents are essentially toilet paper. And it's a different system. Like I said, we're talking about CVPO and plant breeders' rights systems. And those are regional, but they do share common legislation. They're backed up by common legislation. And there is a slight difference between all of these things in PBRs versus patents. So, it becomes a little bit semantic whether it's like, which system we're talking about.
But just for anybody out there who's thinking about it, I guess the lesson that I'm trying to give here is that if you want to file a provisional patent, which is very cheap and very easy, you can actually technically they can be submitted on a cocktail napkin. Literally, it can be all kinds. It's not a formal thing like people think it is with all that you file that, but the day before you file that, make sure you've got someone out, you've got the ability to prove that the next day. Because what people do is they usually sit for a while because they wait to do it. So it's like you should have made all your agreements with all your commercial growers and do all the products and all the downstream stuff way ahead of time so that as soon as you hit the road running, then you can prove it. And then 6 months later, you might actually have data to say, this shit's worth it. Or like most people, pull out and don't waste your money.
Right.
Well,
Just,
for
a plant patent,
And on that note, my son's dying for me to go hang out with him. So I love the conversation. I love that it's getting deep, but I joked about the 8-hour hash church. I can only do 4 hours today. I want to thank both Rick and Richard Delisi for coming in. That was like awesome. Really enjoyed that whole conversation. And of course, I want to thank all of you guys for coming in and watching on the YouTube chat right now. There's 250 people still in there after 4 hours. Thanks for jumping in last minute, Mojave and Chimera. Always appreciate you guys. Dr. Scaldone, Colin, and Etienne, thank you so much. Skunkman Sam. Dude, where would we be without the fucking subtle, just most chill, relaxed, ultra flexes? I actually did that 10 years before anyone even thought about it. I love you, dude. I appreciate you. And shout out to Diana. We talked about her earlier. Thank everyone for coming on and watching. We're going to try and get this Grateful Dead show going maybe next week or the week after. We'll be talking to you, Mojave, Colin, Dr. Mark, anyone that wants to be a part of it. We want to bring in a good group. I invited a couple of different people, and we're kind of got some ideas in mind for that. So hopefully we'll have that show maybe next week. And may the full melt bless your bowls sooner than later, as I say every week. Thanks everyone for coming out, and we'll see you next Sunday. Peace out, everybody.
Yes, we cannabis.